Okay, hi. Hello. My name is Alex S. Johnson, and I'm a poet, and I run Nocturnicorn Books. And I have here with me four distinguished artists, creatives, poets, cultural loci, I guess, or if that's how you pronounce it, um, people who tend the flame, tend the flame of our public and personal responsibility towards the collective, what Ellyn maybe calls a collective paw, and that's a phrase from one a poem called "A Whiff of Wonder," which I've taken on as the name of my imprint. So it's Nocturnicorn Books, a collective paw. It's a new vision. It's a holistic vision, and so from left to left to right, we have Amelie Frank. Now, Amelie Frank is somebody who I've gotten to know. Um, it's surprising to me that I didn't know her before, but this is often how it happens. We make sideways and lateral connections with people, and I know Amelie. First, I knew Amelie as a friend of Richard Modiano and a friend of Ellen Mabey. And then we started talking, and somehow through this process, we just fell in love. I mean, it was just like magical, right? And then and then I did a spontaneous poem about your cat,
Awesome.
which right, which I think in real time, and then so Amelie was on the board of directors of Beyond Baroque Literary Arts Center, which was founded in 1968, and it's kind of served as a hub of as a community center in Venice Beach, California, of so many distinguished alumni have gone through Beyond Baroque and taken the workshops that are the free workshops that are offered, I believe Wednesdays, or I think they have Wednesday night workshops or something like that. I remember my then wife, and I first went to one of their workshops, and it was really really interesting because you have world-class poets. You can just or you can just have conversations with. They're right there, and you can have your poetry assessed. I mean, how valuable that is, right? People pay thousands of dollars. They go into debt. They have to pay student loans for the pay off student loans for the rest of their natural lives just to get the same kind of lesser. I mean, you could pay a fortune and go to like Harvard or Stanford or USC or whatever and not get the kind of actual valuable sort of hands-on exercise in writing that you would get at a free workshop at Beyond Baroque, and you'd be working with some of the best that there is, by the best there is, I mean people who have gone through Beyond Baroque are people like Amanda Gorman, right? Amanda Gorman, and people who have been associated with, affiliated with, started out. I think Exene Cervenka and John Doe actually met there, and they were taking the Wednesday free workshops, writing workshops, and they formed a little band called X, and then they put out an album called Los Angeles, which was produced by a certain Ray Manzarek, right? So the I think Amelie to me represents something, as well as being a really really good, great poet, somebody who's her her poetry makes me sob. I can't take too much of it. I mean, it's just so powerful and so moving. And she's been recognized by the city of Los Angeles. She runs Sacred Beverage Press. She she put out two books which I own. Well, the first one that I bought, actually I bought um that was called the Ellen Maybe coloring book, and it came with this these crayons, the little handy pack of crayons, right? And this is the Sacred Beverage Press, and the cover illustration was done by um, somebody who was actually a cross-dressed as William S. Burroughs, and um, so this was Erica Erdman, actually, and as well as Susie Kaplan, who later Susie Kaplan Olmsted, and Randy Z did the illustration. So this is Erica Erdman did the cover, and I sort of colored it in, right? And it is what let's see, then very, very distinguished people. Um, it was introduction by the S.A. Griffin and Scott Wanberg, put out by the Sacred Beverage Press in Los Angeles, California. And so it's still available. I was afraid that I bought the last one. This is Ellen Maybe back in right before. This is amazing because this is right before The Cowardice of Amnesia was published. And it says, next spring, 21361 will publish her first bound collection. Occasionally she giggles. So this is the beautiful, amazing Ellen Maybe back in the day, what was it, 1998 or so, right? And so this 21361 is the birth date of one Henry Rollins. So what can I say? That is Amelie Frank. There's just is somebody I can one of like the five people that I could go to if I had a real problem, and I would listen to and take seriously. So I love you. I love you, Amelie.
I love you too.
And Ellen Maybe is the giggling goddess of poetry, of song and dance and rock and roll. Man, she's a rock star. She's a legend. You know how I can tell that she's a rock star and a legend? Because rock stars and legends really dig her. And what I mean by rock stars and legends, you want to talk about some Jackson Brown, you want to talk about what Henry Rollins, you want to talk about, I don't know, the guy who starred in this film just happened to have a copy of this is a film by David Cronenberg. It's called Eastern Promises, and his name is Viggo Mortensen. Viggo Mortensen, that's the guy. That's the guy. I mean, he and Rollins are like fucking terrifying. It's like if you have a problem with Ellen Maybe, you'd have to talk to this guy, and maybe he'd course correct you, right? So, um, I don't know why anybody would have a problem with Ellen Maybe, but she has written not only some of my favorite poems. What I mean by somebody who's written some of my favorite poems is that when I was 14 years old, my dad took me to see Allen Ginsberg speak at uh, with the um, the thing with the Whole Earth Festival in Sausalito, 1980. And he said, you gotta check out Allen Ginsberg. It's like, well, I knew who Allen Ginsberg was. I mean, I've probably read Howl a million times by that point, right? And I got into Walt Whitman because of Ginsberg. I don't know who came first, but experiencing Ginsberg reading I understood what it must have felt like to be ground zero with like sitting in the amphitheater and experiencing the plays of Aeschylus or Euripides or hearing somebody recite Homer who is not a person, right? Homer, for the uninitiated, there was no Homer, right? Homer is the collective paw name given to the oral tradition, like the Beowulf poet. And there was a point there. Oh yeah, I was just translated into Greek. Not only was I translated into Greek, but I was translated into Greek by Cassandra. I can't pronounce her name, but she's in this book. She's in this book. Cassandra Ologoscufi, right? She's one of the most famous poets in Greece. Her her friend um, Dimitris uh, um, something Dimitris Philelis, right, who is the vice president of Penn, Greece, recited my poem, which had been translated into Greek, on YouTube, which has never been done before. I mean, he only reads uh, dead, famous dead Greek poets. So in Greece, I'm considered to be on a par with a famous dead Greek poet. Now, famous dead Greek poets include some pretty heavy names, right? So it's one of those honors where you think, did that happen? Right, but I'm I'm recited in Greek now, and this is just one of the more recent validations of my work. Last year, John Shirley, who wrote the movie The Crow, among other things, called me the Baudelaire of our time. And it's something that you have to really take seriously. When Ellen Mabie says that your poetry is is thoroughly timeless, you have to take that very seriously. So back to what my excursion on out on the branch of Allen Ginsberg is. Allen Ginsberg, uh, Ellen maybe is as part of her persona and kind of part of her shtick as well, calls herself the daughter of Allen Ginsberg, but it's not just a cute kind of epithet. It's also real. What I mean is that Ginsberg incorporated the visionary poetics and the kind of a collective paw-ness of a William Blake, and all beings collective paw ideology as expressed in poems such as Auguries of Innocence, which is actually not in Songs of Innocence and Experience, but it is the William, she is perhaps the William Blake combined with the Emily Dickinson, combined with a, a Marc Chagall, combined with a Stephen Sondheim, combined
Oh,
with a, yes, Stephen Sondheim, right? Combined with a brilliant, beautiful garden of verse, which is entirely maybe-esque. And
oh.
and to quote um, Exene Cervenka, it's the excitement of maybe. She named an album, Exene Cervenka named an album after Ellen Maybe. So so with with Ginsberg, you have a, a tradition that goes back centuries because he was very, very deliberately and consciously in the tradition of Blake, in the visionary tradition of Blake, in the visionary tradition of the generous tradition of Walt Whitman, and that um, being part of the Beat generation, I think, is kind of a misnomer because we don't understand that these people were grounded in classic literature, and and uh, you know, Burroughs was a Harvard graduate. He he studied medicine, and he could have been anything. And you know, Ginsberg's father was a very, very distinguished, professor, and his Louis uh, Ginsberg, and as well as a poet, and his and uh, Ginsberg's mentor was William Carlos Williams, who was not only a poet, but he was a doctor, right? So he's somebody who cares not only for the for the body, but also for the soul. And so Ellen maybe cares for the body and the soul. Ellen maybe is medicinal. And I had the idea of because there's a whole genre of Ellen maybe poetry. Ellen maybe inspired poetry anyway, which I've contributed to. And there's the what is it? Watching Saturday morning cartoons with Ellen maybe. That's Emily Frank. And there's and I just started spontaneously writing kind of tribute poetry to her because there's a certain kind of there's a way that Ellen has of kind of doing these acrobatics and these sort of pyrotechnics of perfect. They're sort of like profound jokes and 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 profundities that are also jokes, but they work on multiple levels, and it's really so much fun to just kind of dissect an Ellen maybe line and then look back at it and then say, wow, I was really I didn't see that before. And so I decided to do a tribute book in the vein of the Ellen Mabey coloring book. I thought, well, there should be an Ellen Mabey tribute anthology. So I started doing that. And then during this process of kind of planning out, because it's going to take a lot of work, right? A lot of because her career has been astonishing. I mean, she's performed all over the world. She went to film school. She worked for the Village Voice. She has a SAG card because she was in the movie Dancing at the Blue Iguana with with people like Jennifer Tilly and Daryl Hannah and Sandra Oh. And but she's really into uh, music and Bob Dylan and George Harrison and Leonard Cohen and so one of the motifs of Ellen Mabey's poems is all these the kind of referential incantations, to use a phrase that Shirley used about me, about my work, referential incantations of people like, you're always going to find these references to Janis Joplin, to Phil Oakes, to the Fugs, to Ginsberg, and 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 to Stephen Sondheim. So when we started out doing this tribute thing and doing these Zooms, I had no idea that it was going to lead to this kind of odyssey where purely by accident, Ellen and I wound up spending about, all told, about 17 hours on Zoom, just talking. And it was wild, right? And we did it again, and it didn't break our friendship. We didn't get tired of each other, which is amazing because most people like, you spend a few hours or even you know, even a Zoom, and it's like, okay, so I really people start making excuses. I really have to, like check whether the dog's doing okay or whatever, and or is the garbage disposal still working? But Ellen and I seem to somehow, you know, remained friends through all of this. And so during one of these sessions, which we've recorded and they're part of these Zoom things, which we put up on YouTube as part of the Small Bear Show, um, Ellyn suddenly burst out, "Hey, could you do a Stephen Sondheim uh, anthology?" And I was like, "Yes, yes, right, yes, 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 we will do that." And so then, then a couple of days later, Ellyn invited me. She gave me a link to this Zoom at Cal State Fullerton where they were showing this movie. I think it's called Six by Sondheim. Six by
Yeah.
Sondheim, right? And there you are, man. There you are, because I only see you in the little rectangle, and that there you are with your hat. Wow, man. So good to see you, and squeezins,
Yeah.
yeah,
Thanks.
and so and we were watching this, and I was so excited because I was like, wow, Stephen Sondheim. At first, I think when most people think show tunes, they think, well, that's kind of just Broadway. I don't know. It's like, I don't see, for me, I think my reservation, which was turned out to be, if anything, it was just like diametrically opposed to the reality of Stephen Sondheim. Well, I didn't know anything about him, but I was just like, oh, he writes Broadway shows, and I'm like into goth and heavy metal and Black Sabbath and Bauhaus and and I'm really, you know, like that Leonard Cohen song, "You Want It Darker," right? And so I was like, oh man, Stephen Sondheim. But I was like, well, okay, I'll indulge it because it's an Ellen Maybe. And then I started and I was watching this, like, oh God, this is fucking dark. This is right up my alley. I mean, he's the guy who wrote Sweeney Todd. I mean, he didn't just write Sweeney Todd. He wrote Company. He wrote, all the lyrics to West Side Story. He wrote Sunday in the Park with George. He wrote Into the Woods, and he wrote Le, well, I think Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe, Sunday in the Park with George, and 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 Sweeney Todd. He wrote Sweeney Todd, which is incredibly dark. And in fact, the film version by with Tim Burton and starring Johnny Depp is so gory that Ellen gets squeamish, right? So, and so that's Ellen Maybe, and and now Nicole H. Sixx is somebody that I've just gotten to know more recently, I think through mutual friends, and so Nicole is an actress. She's working in a movie called Death Park 2 or Return to Death Park, I think, right?
Return to Death Park. Yeah.
Yeah, Return to Death Park. And she started out, she was just sort of accidentally um, in a movie by James Wan, who made the Annabelle and The Conjuring and a bunch of other famous movies, which has never been released so far. And she's a poet. She's an animal rights activist, and she works with stray cats, which is something that I love that animal rights. I'm passionate about animal rights, and she's a screenwriter. She's a film director. Was an artist before now, um, not so much, but very very good artist. And I saw the video that you put up a long time ago about that exhibit called Porn on the Macabre, which I thought was really a lot of fun, and I loved what you had to say about your piece kind of um, deconstructing the male gaze, in a sense, right? And turning that kind of the thing with like slasher movies, which is it was actually the subject of this book called Men, Women, and Chainsaws, which I think is really, really fascinating kind of look at the male gaze and then taking off from Laura Mulvey's famous essay about the male gaze, right? And then she looks at films like Demons and Demons 2 and looking at the whole kind of the whole idea that you that that the male gaze is in some respects it is I mean this her thesis, so you don't have to read the book Men, Women, and Chainsaws, is that men are actually projecting their own kind of sadomasochistic um, fantasies about themselves onto the bodies of the women that they're that they're gazing at that they're the camera is gazing at, and that book in itself has been so influential that it inspired films like was the woman who was in the I'm gonna forget her name, but she was a really beautiful actress, and so she was in that film that it was one of those big like Michael Bay movies, right? Where she was and
Megan Fox,
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And then the something the body or the something
Jennifer's Body.
Jennifer's Body, exactly. Jennifer's Body, the people who made Jennifer's Body took some of the ideas that were kind of put out by in this movie in this movie book Men, Women, and Chainsaws. I believe it's Carol J. Kane, but something like that. And they kind of flipped the script on the male gaze. I think also that happened with this suicide was the Suicide Squad or something like that, right? Where the the camera was so kind of grossly obsessed with Harley Quinn's, ass, and then they flipped the script on that, and they turned that in Birds of Prey. It's completely different, right? It's a much warmer, um, it's a much more warmer kind of gynocentric vision of like women kicking ass and taking names and like and looking hot. And yes, you can have it all. I mean, you really can. And I think, I'm really impressed by Nicole because, she's not just part of like this. There's so many creatives, right? There's so many creatives and people who are influential and famous and whatever. But how many people are thinking about these issues in very serious terms, and obviously Nicole is somebody of depth, and so that really impresses me. And also she's a poet, and most recently she sent me a piece for the our forthcoming David Bowie tribute anthology. Um, what was the name of that poem that you
Little Travelers.
Little Travelers. It's such a great title, and it plays around with astrological signs, and it's very accurate to astrology as well. And so I liked it a lot, and so did Aaliyah, and who was my partner in crime, she's now had to go back to Taco Bell, working at Taco Bell, and so I think I want to before I get to Bob Rich, I just want to pull back and sort of give the big picture because Nocturnicorn Books is who we are and what we do, and there's there are two essential components of Nocturnicorn Books. One, my desire is to sort of like a chef or a master chef to prepare a meal which is tasty, nutritious, satisfying, gorgeous looking, and memorable, and will have everybody coming back to your restaurants, right? Because the, I mean, just the person who does our sauces, is whatever. It's it's like my idea is sort of like your wish list, fantasy list of who you would want in your books. And because I think possibly because neurodivergent, I don't have any limits to to what my imagination will suggest. So if somebody said, so for example, if if say I wanted to do a tribute anthology to William S. Burroughs, the author of Naked Lunch, possibly one of the most influential and important, writers of our time or any time. And I wanted to have one of his fans, the guy who wrote the song Bela Lugosi's Dead, in the anthology. I think, I don't know what most people think because I don't really, my box of fucks is empty at this point. But if I were to probably, if I were to ask the average person their opinion, do you think I could get David J. Haskins from Bauhaus and Love and Rockets for this book? They would say, I don't know, you'd probably have to talk to their agent. I don't think that doesn't sound likely, right? But because I don't really ask permission and I don't talk to people who would have that kind of advice. So I just wrote to him and I said, "Hey, David J. Haskins, man, you founded Bauhaus. You are a rock star. You are a fan of Rimbaud and German expressionism and Dada and surrealism. And man, I love that stuff. I studied Dada and Surrealism with Dr. Ruby Cohn, who was a friend of Samuel Beckett, right? Who's collaborated with Samuel Beckett. So I was like, hey, I love you, David J. Haskins, you know, and I was a friend of Jeremy Reed, his friend who wrote the foreword to Who Killed Mr. Moonlight, right? And I was like, hey, so, you know, Jeremy Reed, I mean, was going to be in the Bauhaus and in the Burroughs book, right? And so I said, hey, would you like to participate in this Burroughs anthology? I mean, I know you were obsessed with Burroughs and it'd be really awesome if we had somebody who, of your stature. And he said, sure. He said, just sure, right? So like 2 days later, after I asked him, he sends me an original poem. And he says, will this do, right? And it's like an original poem. It's about the shooting death of William S. Burroughs' wife, Joan Volmer Burroughs. And it's called El Hombre Invisible, right? It's a masterpiece. I mean, it's like it's like having Guernica in your book. That is just one contributor. And what I'm talking about is the book that Nicole is in, which I just sent to you. And I'm going to have to, oh yeah, I just sent it to you. So you should get it in a few days. Or actually
I'll
two.
take a look at it when I get back from Vegas.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So when you get back from Vegas, right? So like this book has when you put out a book where an original poem by the guy who wrote Bela Lugosi's Dead is just a drop in the bucket. You know you've done something, right? You know you've accomplished something, right? So I'm extraordinarily proud of this book. And it's called Just One Fix, a literary salute to William S. Burroughs. And for the people, it is out in hardcover, it's out in paperback, and it's priced to sell. It's like 15 bucks for a paperback, right? For a hardcover, right? You get now here's some of the people who are in this book. Um, well, we got your Ellen maybe. You got okay, Poppy Z Bright. I mean, there's very, very few people who are fans of either, goth rock or dark wave or whatever goth culture or horror or if you haven't heard of Poppy Z Bright, I'm going to say iconic, Amelie. I'm going to say iconic. He is an iconic person, right? This is an appropriate use of the word because I remember when Poppy first hit it big back in the 90s, and I was at a bookstore in Pasadena, and I just randomly started hearing people talk about, have you ever read Poppy Z Bright? And and um I was actually friends with and I was friends with Craig Spector, who was one of the original Splat Pack. It's called the Splat Pack, right? And John Skip and Krista Faust. They all sort of ran together back in the day, right? And Poppy Z. Bright was one of the gang. You had people like Edward Lee and Lee Seymour and Lucy Taylor, kind of, part of that as well. I think associated with that. And so Poppy Z. Bright is still a legend. Has come back, has made a major comeback after stopping writing for about 17 years, and then reemerged and started selling stories last year, and then did me the huge, distinct honor of not only contributing this piece, which was actually first published in the Purple Prose newsletter that he put out, which had an excerpt from my interview with Krista Faust, who was his his kind of writing partner and collaborator, right? And then another collaborator was Caitlin R. Kiernan. Caitlin R. Kiernan won the World Fantasy Award 2 times, won the Bram Stoker Award two times, was a finalist for the Nebula Award, was a finalist for the Shirley Jackson Award. Is considered by the New York Times to be one of our essential writers of dark fiction. Those are three. There's those three of the contributors. We have Graham Masterton, who wrote The Rules of Duel with William S. Burroughs, who wrote The Manitou. We have um, all these people, John Palisano, Bram Stoker award-winning author, assistant to Ridley Scott. We have Bram Stoker award-winning author L.L. Soares, who wrote Rock and Roll. We have Juliet Cook, who I'm a collaborator with, Catfish McDarris, who I also collaborate with. And speaking of Cat, um, this just came out from Newington Blue Press in Germany and is called Crying. Originally, it was put out by Catfish, and it's in the Yale University Special Collections, the original edition. It just had Catfish McDarris, Jack Mitchell, and Charles Bukowski. This was a reissue that just came out. It has 22 other people in it, and some of those people are Neely Cherkovsky, right? Neely Cherkovsky is in it, and Alexis Roan Fancher is in it. Catfish McDarris of course, is in it. He writes the introduction, and I'm in it. So I got to be in a book with Charles Bukowski, right? Thanks to the poetry community, and thanks to partially to Ellen Mabie, because the the poem that's reproduced here is called Overture. It was actually written for the Death Jazz, which I put together in 2012 because Ellen Mabie encouraged me to, right? And so this is the wonderful synergy of our community is it brings people together, it transforms lives, it encourages you, it takes somebody like me who has wildly kind of struggles with feeling that I'm worthless, and disgusting, and it should just die a lot of the time, and taking me thinking I was a failure, complete failure, because I couldn't get a job teaching anymore after Dominguez Hills, right? And Ellen was so kind to me and so compassionate. And so she said, "Oh, you should do this book, you should do that book, The Death Dress. You should turn it into a book." And I was like, "Okay, okay. Well, you think so? Oh yes, And so I did, and I was just so touched that she cared about me, and Richard Modiano cared about me, right? They invited me to speak at Beyond Baroque, and here I was. I felt like I was never gonna that I was a complete failure and a loser. And these people, I'm going to show you this one of the people who was so positive towards me. So not only did I get to have a reading at Beyond Baroque, but I had where people like Dennis Cooper have spoken, and Wanda Coleman and Alexis Roan Fancher and Suzanne Lummis. All these people are actually friends of mine, you know? I mean, not Dennis Cooper, but I know him through Facebook. But but Ellyn sold my book at Beyond Baroque, and people like V. Kali came out. V. Kali, and she signed her book. This is called Poetry is an Act of Peace, right? Poetry is an act of peace. And she wrote, Alex, thank you for your incredible spirit and words. Peace in Vikali, 7 July 1st, 2012, right? So man, that's Ellyn Mabey is responsible for that, you know, and she sold my book in the bookstore there, which is an incredible honor. And so I really never, I don't even know, there's no words for that. And so that led directly over, um, all these years later to my being in a book with Charles Bukowski and Jack Michelin and Neely Cherkovsky, right? It's because people have faith in you, like John Shirley had faith in me, right? And I just don't believe in myself. And I think, and then Bob Rich. Bob Rich is another somebody I was introduced to by Amelie Frank. And Bob Rich is he works with children. I think you're an educator, is right? You've published more than 100 short stories. This is what I can remember from your biography, and you're going to have to, please forgive me. You're going to have to fill me in. Um,
Sure. Should I say a couple things or?
Absolutely, yeah, yeah,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me here today with everybody.
of
And
course.
so I've been a writer in education, nonprofit, journalism, and entertainment. And I co-wrote a science fiction fantasy mini novel with a friend who's a musician. And so our mini novel came out in 2018 along with his album, a
Oh,
triple
wow.
music album. So that was fun. It was, you know how certain albums like Tommy by The Who
Oh
or
yeah,
The Wall by Pink Floyd, how they
oh
have a
yeah,
story,
yeah,
or The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway
oh
by
yeah. Peter
Genesis.
Gabriel. Yeah, yeah.
So we were actually trying in like a fun, ambitious way to do something like that, where the actual album reflects the story, but our story ended up being 45 pages long.
Oh wow.
And so I've also written for a newspaper called the Tolucan Times. And I was a copy editor and an entertainment reviewer there. And as you said, I've worked with kids. I've worked for 2 school years with reading partners. That's they help school kids with their reading skills. And so I
Mhm.
I get along with the elementary age students especially well. So that's been my niche. And so other kinds of writing as well. I don't want to take up too much time. In fact, um, I unfortunately I have to actually go in a minute. As
Okay,
I mentioned to you, I wish I could stay. I'd like to try to come back to the meeting, but
sure,
I
yeah, yeah.
but just in a way that seems a bit parallel to yourself. I've had some family circumstances lately, and so that's why I'm
Oh
got to
yeah,
run a little to go take care of some relatives
sure,
here. But I hope to come back to the meeting. I really hope
yeah,
to tonight. It just depends on how much I'm needed
yeah,
now. But thanks again for having me.
of course.
And I did prepare some notes. I really enjoyed reading Amelie's 2 poems, and I have some notes, some reflections on them. it just depends on how soon I can come back to
Okay.
the meeting because I have some family things at hand.
Okay. Well,
Um,
yeah, of course and I completely understand, obviously, like taking care of family comes first. Fam-
yeah,
Family comes first. So, but you're welcome to, come back anytime that you need to, you know, whatever you need to do.
thank you. I'll see what I can do to. Do you know about how long the meeting should be lasting tonight?
Oh, I don't know because it's kind of it develops organically. But
Okay,
I don't think it should run more than another hour or so. Um,
okay.
so
I'll thanks. I will try to return. I definitely hope to, and we'll see how it goes. But in any case, thanks again for inviting me, and
absolutely,
it's nice to be here.
absolutely. Okay, cool.
Okay. Hope to see you a little later.
Okay, cool. Take care.
Okay.
Alex, I have to
Yeah.
duck out too. I typically
Okay,
only have like an hour of my night that I can dedicate to this. I'm sorry about that, but I'll
no worries.
always show up. Like whenever you want me on the show, I just can't stay the whole 2 hours.
Sure, sure, sure. I understand. Yeah, yeah. So, um,
Do we want to, before I go, do we want to announce
you
the
want to?
pro
Yes, yes. Yeah. Could you do the honors?
sure.
Yeah.
So this is a funny thing. Alex is always talking about his collective paw, and I said, "Oh, can I write something for that?" And he goes, "Oh, well, it's my imprint." I said, "Oh, I thought it was an anthology called The Collective Paw." And he said, "That's actually a great idea. And even better, we're going to donate the proceeds. How much of the proceeds? You didn't tell me.
Well, 100%. I always want to go 100% because I'm a
Okay.
100% kind of guy.
To helping
Uh,
animals, which is
Yeah,
even better for something called a collective paw. I think it's great.
yeah, yeah. And so it would be like all the, I was thinking there would sort of be twofold. First, it'd be stories and poems and whatever else you want to write about animals, but
Mhm.
also it would be kind of all the misfit um small bears and your stories and poems and pieces that you can't sell anywhere else that you have a special place in your heart but are sort of can't find a home, so the strays in a sense, I think it would be kind of cool and appropriate to have that be the theme, so like send us the pieces that you can't get published anywhere else, right? But then unless you have a really soft spot in your heart for, and we'll publish them unless they're really awful. And then we will not publish them, right? We will be gentle, but we will say, this isn't, what do they say? This just isn't for us right now. But please feel free to submit again. Um, so yes. So it's a great idea. And I think
I
that
remember my first rejection letter.
oh
It
my God.
said, "Come back in 5 years."
Oh, wow.
Like they're like, "You need more experience. Come back in 5 years."
And how did that work out for you?
Oh, I got published by someone else, but
Yeah, me too. Me too, right? That happened. Yeah. I had a workshop leader back at the World Horror Convention in '95, which is where I interviewed Poppy Z. Bright for, Death Realm magazine, who said that I was an overeducated son of a bitch. And he said that if he'd been evaluating my short story for an anthology, he would have thrown it across the room because I used the word variegated. And he said, variegated is not a word in the English language. And I said, obviously you haven't been around gardening, right? It's like, and he was drunk as well. And so not only was he drunk and abusive, but he was, you know, mind-bogglingly incompetent as somebody who should be a published writer. But the guy was a middleist, not only was he a middleist horror author, he was actually with the Del Abyss line, which published the likes of Kathy Koja and Poppy Z. Bright. So somehow he made it. He rose to the level of incompetence, and now he's working for Walgreens as a checkout clerk.
oh, that's too
So
bad.
karma is a thing that
Yeah.
occurs, right?
All
So
right, I have to head out.
okay,
I'm
okay,
so happy.
Squeezing.
I'm so happy we all found each other, and I think we're gonna make a really great little misfit family.
Yes, squeezins.
Squeezing back to you.
Okay, take
Bye,
care.
guys.
Bye-bye. Oh my gosh. We're so cute. It's too cute. Okay, so it's the hardcore crew now. So I wanted to talk about the Kafka quote, right? I want to talk about the idea that a book, which could be a text, it could be a canvas, it could be a Stephen Sondheim musical. I said that for Ellen's benefit. It could be Sweeney Todd. It could be even the really gory, scary parts of Sweeney Todd in the Tim Burton film, where Ellen's like, "Oh, I can't watch it. Oh my God, oh no." Well, that too is an axe for the well, literal axe. It's a literal axe for the frozen sea within us, right? And I recently started sculpting. I got this quick dry. I'll show you something I did. Well, actually, this is one of the things I did. Now, might not look like much, but I didn't fuck it up. You know, it could be a Hans Arp. And well, see, the thing is that with art or any kind of any form, that I've decided that I'm just going to try things. Now, my dad is a really famous artist, but I've never been good at art that's with verisimilitude. But I thought, what the hell, I'm going to force myself to draw things that represent actual people in somewhat proportion, right? So I decided I I was really got gung ho about revisiting the sword and sorcery anthology that I put out in 2018 called Dreams of Fire and Steel, and I decided to do another one called uh, Flames of Blood and Iron, uh, Tales from the Badath Empire. And my character, Ishana of Badath, is based on two sources. One, Michael Moorcock's Elric of Melibene um, stories, and then also Red Sonja by Robert E. Howard, who was a contemporary of and friend of H.P. Lovecraft, right? And so I've been just doing these drawings, and well, this was a vampire character. I did this one, and I think it's pretty good. But um, I got and so I did a little Red Sonja, and this is this is my character, Ishana. It, it's a partial drawing, so this is something I did today. So, you know, and so I really like not. I mean, some people say, "Oh, I really like strong women." They don't really mean it. For me, it's got to be. It's not just about strong women. It's about, man, do you have a spine? Do you have a spine? Can you? Because what I worry about with weakness is not so much, you can be compassionate for weakness, but weakness is dangerous because you need somebody strong when the tanks come rolling in down your street, right? You need somebody who's going to stand there with you, and if necessary, you will go down together. And I know that when the fascists have taken over, but you and I and Ellyn and Nicole and Aaliyah, at least we're going to be there, right? We're going to be doing a collective paw when the tanks roll in. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. So, I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to just get both of your thoughts about the idea that a work of that using a form evokes something responses within us that that lead to that's just sort of like that manifest forces of the universe in a way. I mean, it's not because when Kafka said, a book is of acts for the frozen sea within, you know, if you're thinking of us in the full Whitman-esque sense, right, then that is what comes out, what bursts out of that frozen sea is something universal, a collective paw, if you will. So discuss.
You want to go first, Ellen?
Oh gosh, I was gonna say, I'm not always so clear that I can, you know what I mean? I'm not always like I don't know what to. I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, and I don't sure what to say. I might giggle. I don't know what I'm not always so able to articulate things in the. Do you know what I mean? I'm not able always to do so, even though I resonate with it. It's something. I mean, I hear you and it makes sense to me, and I go ditto, but
Right.
I'm not sure. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's
Of
something,
course I know what you mean. Yeah. Well,
because I
that's
don't
cool too.
know.
That's
But
cool too. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. There's no adequate response. It's not like this isn't school, so I'm not going to be like grading you like on your
well,
response.
thank
Isn't that funny?
but, oh, but I mean, that's something that I don't know because a lot of times when things happen, I don't know how they do. But it's like these are very like you said, have like it's such philosophical. It's so cool, and I go, yeah, wow, you're knowledgeable eclectically, and it's neat, and I can go, yay, that's amazing. It
Yeah.
rocks. And then I'm sitting here, I don't know. I always feel like the poems know more than I do. Do you know what I
Well,
mean?
that's exactly what I
You
was
know?
saying. That's exactly what I meant,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, oh, okay.
That's exactly
So,
what I meant. Yeah.
and so what just happens is sometimes when it's poems or any art, music, any art form goes into it, like there be a way that these issues, these thoughts and feelings come up, but to like expositionally or I'm
Yeah.
not very studied, I'm really not, and
So,
it's so weird. I mean, it's just that's a really great gift to be able to be creative and to expositionally speak improvisationally. It's neat. I mean, that's so cool. So
thank you.
I think that I relate to appreciate, I'm appreciator of it. What
Yeah.
I'm like sort of stymied, like, whoa,
Well,
but
no,
it's
but
cool.
it's cool. In fact, what you just did was perfect because it's your warmth and positivity. It just makes my heart expand. Like that is something that I couldn't. I mean, you could sit there and I'm sure that if we had like Greg Tomani or if we had um, any kind of intellectual.
Modiano.
What? Modiano.
Modiano.
Yeah, Richard Modiano, definitely.
Yeah.
But Richard is another person with a profound with profundity. I mean, he's not just and he's another one who can do both the expository thing and the abstract, and I can also break your heart, right? With wonderfully his beautiful poetry. And so that's a perfect response. So what you just did, I mean, what I'm saying is that anything can be a text. Like Ellen may be
Oh,
saying, "Oh, I'm
oh,
not sure
oh,
if I could
like,
articulate
like
that."
Ratatouille, when Ratatouille goes, everyone can cook. He's so cute,
Exactly,
he's Ratatouille, everyone can cook.
exactly. Or it's like that guy, or it's like Mr. Rogers, or is that guy who did the painting show, like
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Yeah, Bob Ross. I mean. I mean, it's easy to make fun of these people, but like essentially that's it feeds our souls, you know. It feeds our souls. So that's a perfect response. There is no perfect response. I mean, what you just did actually was very, very articulate. You just articulated wonderfully your your appreciation for my ability to do both. And that made me feel good. That validated me. So thank you for that. And it was, I mean, what more? I mean, see, I think we get into the trap, we fall into the trap, no matter how, distinguished or whatever, we've become purely through just raw luck or whatever. But is that inside of us? I think we're still kind of, there's part of us that's going, is this going to be on the test? You know, and is there, oh my gosh, you know, like when I was at undergrad at Davis, I had these professors who would be teaching about, well, I mean, not Ruby Cohen, because Ruby Cohen actually knew Samuel Beckett. She was able to, like, if you've had questions about Waiting for Godot, it was like, oh, she knew exactly what he meant, right? So it wasn't like this pompous sort of pretentious bullshit about, oh, well, this the epilogue of Waiting for Godot is about blah blah blah, or what do you think, Smithers, is like she would be able to tell you. And so, but I think there's part of us that's kind of been indoctrinated and programmed by education, which is designed to make us feel like shit, to make us feel like we're inferior. And the people who are the gatekeepers of the degrees and the grades and, whatever the scholarships and whatever, I was up for a Regents scholarship at UC Davis, and one of the questions they asked me was, is literature positive or negative? These are like college professors who are asking me this question as part of this series of questions for a Regents scholarship. Now, they put no time into, you know, formulating these questions. Now, I was put up for this scholarship by a guy who'd formerly taught at one of the Dartmouth, and he said I was the most brilliant student he ever had. And so he very, 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 firmly recommended me for this scholarship. But when I got in there was nobody who's representing the humanities. And they asked, every question they asked was a variation of the same question. I said, I wanted to talk about existentialism. I wanted to talk about surrealism. They asked me, is existentialism positive or negative? And I said, "Ugh." And they said, is surrealism positive or negative? I said, "Ugh." Is literature positive or negative? And I was like, "Ugh." you know, and at a certain point, I realized that I was never going to get this scholarship. But so I figured, and then their a representative of the student body president, asked me, do you consider yourself a leader or a follower? Now, as a student of Friedrich Nietzsche, my response was neither, neither, and Camus, right? Neither. I don't want to lead, I don't want to follow. Why are we forced into these binary oppositions where one person, say the very distinguished Professor Johnson, right, is going to give a lecture, an expository lecture about Franz Kafka, right? And then Ellen maybe is going to have to sit here in her desk and take little notes, Oh my gosh, I'm not sure I have the right answer for that, right? And then you failed that test, right? Isn't that horrible? Isn't that demeaning? Isn't that absolutely crushing to the human spirit? And so this is why I think that the reason that Rollins endorsed you so very beautifully and and Jackson Brown, and you know, was he was searching for the right words to express how we felt about you. He's, Brown and Rollins spoke for all of us because what you just did was empower me. You empowered me without sucking up to me or making me feel like uncomfortable. You know, you were just perfectly honest. So how rare is it that we get an honest response that is doesn't make us feel like shit, you know? So that's what I mean is like anything can be a text, you know, is anything can be a text, like a conversation can be a text because it evokes that it unlocks that frozen sea within us, which is the collective. You know what I mean? Like there's a what is it that that line in Hallelujah, right? There's a there's a gap in the what is it? What's the
Oh, is there a crack? That's how the light gets in?
there's a crack
Oh, for Anthem? Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
anthem, yeah, anthem, I mean.
And then yeah, and then there's a broken is it some in the Hallelujah. There's a lot of he's so resonant, Leonard Cohen, how he's so great, that yeah, and for Anthem, yeah, there's a lot of vulnerability and amazingness with Leonard Cohen. Yeah,
Vulnerability and amazingness.
yeah.
Vulnerability and amazingness. And it is something that comes out of, you can't really pinpoint it. I mean, you could say, well, almost like he talks about the chord changes, right, in Hallelujah, and he talks about progressions. And he also Cohen uses a lot of interesting devices, which I think are very parallel with what you do, Ellen, because he uses a lot of irony and a lot of things that seemingly on the surface seem transparent until you think about them and you're like, what does he mean democracy is coming to the USA? Isn't it here already? And then, right? So you're right. And you're like, democracy is coming. What does that mean, Leonard Cohen? Right? What is that? What is democracy? So you wind up, and I think that that's a kind of that great art, the hallmark of great art is that it exposes us to something that is so familiar that we don't even have words for it. And so with a poem, instead of saying, and you love somebody, right? You love somebody, but um, how can you say it in a way that makes any sense? Because the words "I love you" are almost like saying the house is painted gray or the church has a steeple on it. I love you. But if you say nobody, not even the rain, has such small hands, right? E. Cummings. Like, wow, wow, right? And you're just sitting there going, yeah, the rain and its small hands, right? Beautiful. It's and I think that's one thing that we've talked about this a lot, but is that your exquisite sense of vulnerability allows you to be a voice for the inarticulate and the and for not just nature, but kind of the texture of realities is somehow becomes suffused with a warmth and a personality and a friendliness that where you could look at a plastic bottle in a whole new way and think, huh, a plastic bottle could be responsive, and you could have a very gentle ocean speaking to the plastic bottles and lecturing them and saying you don't belong here because this is not your world, right? But the fact, but you're creating a space for plastic bottles to have a purpose and a meaning in their own proper context. It's just not going to be in the ocean where they're problematic. So that's what kind of like the collective paw is all about. And the collective paw is kind of an emergent property. I was thinking, like, we have so many people in as part of is contributing to Nocturnicorn books, and the Nocturnicorn is an impossible animal. It's a unicorn that's up in the sky, right? It represents our hopes and dreams, right? It's like I want to play, I want to play, I want to play, I want to, I want to be in a show, I want to be in a movie, I want to be on Broadway, I want to sing, I want to be a famous painter, I want to be Gauguin, I want to be Picasso, I want to be Shakespeare, right? When you're a kid, you have these fantasies about, my gosh, I would love to, you know, and an Ellen maybe poem allows you to feel that way now, and not and for real, and not just this is why I keep coming back to you, and I keep coming back to Rimbaud and Baudelaire and William Blake and Amelie Frank and Mark Olmsted and Richard Modiano and David J. Haskins and Peter Murphy, because because these these poems allow us to to manifest that magic that we're 10 years old. We're it's like my grandfather was an editor for Sunset Books, and so I had this fantasy because I'm just a little, I'm a little kid, you don't know any better. It's like I want to be an editor. So I didn't even before I even knew how to read and write, I was like I would just copy out um, words from a book, and I would put them on a new piece of paper in different colored pens, right? And I said, I just edited this, right? So I was trying to edit books when I was a little kid, right? Because I thought, well, this is something to do, right? And my dad is an artist, so I was like, I want to be an artist. So this is something you do, right? And you learn, and that kind of makes me think of you must be carefully taught, and which makes me think of Stephen Sondheim. So let's talk about Stephen Sondheim. Let's get into it. Like, what do you love about Stephen Sondheim?
Wow. Well, first of all, one thing I love his work. And what I really love too is everybody has always spoken so highly how nice he was to everybody, and he had a really rough life. You see in the documentary, and was very mentored by Oscar Hammerstein and was really very much helped, had some very difficult things happen, but he was always continued to mentor people and be, just really a nice person. That's great. I mean, it's always so disappointing, beyond disappointing, when somebody so you love their work and then they're not cool, they're mean. I don't I think that sucks. It's one of the horrible things. And so I love his work, and I loved it so long. It's harder because I had my cassette of Sweeney Todd, from the Broadway show with me when I moved to New York when I was 20. So I always seemed to resonate with his stuff, and I think because his work is both serious, there's humor, there's a lot of emotionality, a lot of emotion in his work, and it's really resonant. And he's just he is so gifted. I mean, his stuff, it's something you can hear it, and then you can hear it again, and you hear it again. It's very beautiful and neat, and it has, and it's just a wide variety of work. There's different shows, and it's just, I don't know. It's just he's just seems so. It's just always been like I was so excited to like this because it just had it's not like so common even it's just so neat. I'm grateful. So yeah, I just think he's so cool. Yeah, and it's unique work from each piece is so different, but bears are repeating, just seeing it, and someone wrote a book called how something like how Sondheim can change your life, and they think they had each chapter be about something they learned, something how Sondheim, the different lessons and stuff. And yeah, he's a very wise, just really yeah, stunning work, and and his interviews are neat. It's just he's always just struck me as has a lot of integrity and just so neat to hear speak. And I mean, yeah, I just think he's like, well, yeah, yeah, yep, so
Yep, yep.
cool.
Yeah. What was that? So you quote the line, "You must be carefully taught" in one of your poems.
Yeah,
What was that poem?
which poem?
Yeah, which poem is that?
I think that's in 2016, the 20th century finally died. I think that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because yeah, and because it's interesting. Somebody, I think Manny Patinkin, and sometimes I've heard people do like "You've got to be carefully taught" is from Oscar Hammerstein, and then there's "The Children Will Listen." "Children Will Listen" is a Sondheim song, and I've heard those songs weaved in a song, and there's definitely this different themes are just so powerful together, and there's yeah, it's really.
Yeah, yeah. You must be carefully taught, and the children will listen.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah.
Amelie, you want to weigh in on this?
There is in Sweeney Todd, it's not just that the lyrics are so barking brilliant. The lyrics are the finest lyrics I've ever heard in my life. The only thing I could compare it to are the Beatles, as far as the accomplishment in the writing. But I'm a musician, and when I listen to Sweeney Todd, I listen to the orchestration. And there is a theme in Sweeney Todd. I can't repeat it because my vocal cord is damaged. But whenever Sweeney is ruminating on all the wrongs against him, um, there's there's um, there's an undercurrent of music that kind of goes da 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 da, and it
Yeah.
happens over and over and over again. And at
Yeah.
one point, um, there is an oboe solo that is a counterpoint to it. And when I listened to it, I thought, oh my God, that is the voice of his infant daughter calling out to him, telling him, pull yourself out of your ruminations. I'm right here.
Mm.
Something
Wow.
that he completely misses because he's caught up hearing the music that nobody hears.
Hmm.
Um,
Mhm.
he's caught in the music of his wounds and his vengeance and his nurturing his plot. And instead of nurturing what's left of his family, and of course, he's been misled, but she's right there. And the orchestra is saying it through the oboe. She's right there, and you're not hearing. Your little girl is right there. And that
Mhm.
just breaks my heart. That to me is Sondheim's genius.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Can you please write something for the anthology on Sondheim? Because with your whole background in music and everything, would you
Yeah,
try
for
to,
sure,
would you
for real.
please? That would be so insightful and beautiful, and you
It
have a
would
whole
be.
perspective. Is that neat? Oh my gosh, that was amazing to
It was
hear you.
amazing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
My
Yeah, please
favorite
do.
musical. I've seen it on stage three times, three different productions, and it's unbelievable how wonderful it is.
Well, that's neat. Have you seen it? Have you seen the different directed I mean, or different video, like where it's been done in, like with all the people playing instruments and then all the different,
I saw them do that one live actually uh,
wow.
here in LA where they played the instruments. But when they did it in London, I think they had Judi Dench and she was
Oh my
playing
gosh.
saxophone.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow.
I think she was singing Mrs. Lovett and she was playing the saxophone.
Oh
Oh, wow.
wow. Did you see
Yeah.
it in London, Emily? Or
No, no, no. The version I saw in Los Angeles did
oh,
not have any major names attached to
oh
it,
wow.
but it was still wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
it's so neat. It bears so many films. I remember seeing it where I'm trying to think of it was like done as a stage reading. They started out with all their books and they threw the books down, and then they went into like do it. And it can be done this way. And of course, the original way with the Harold Prince and happened to the whole big and the
Oh,
whistle and everything.
the stage with the industrial whistle and
Uh-huh, uh-huh,
the beehive curtain that shows
uh-huh.
the strata of society. That's the original production.
Yeah,
Very, very Victorian.
Nice.
yeah, yeah.
Bob's
I've said
back.
Was he inspired by Bertolt Brecht at all?
You, it's possible I know that this is
Yeah,
based on, Christopher Bond book, or I mean, this is based on a
yeah.
true, yeah, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, it's based on a book, and
Three
that
Penny
is so cool.
Opera is clearly it clearly has some influence on Sweeney
Oh
Todd.
well,
Question about it.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Wow. Which came from originally John Dryden wrote that in the 16th century, I believe.
Wait, I'm sorry, the title, I didn't hear that. Which one is that?
The Three Penny Opera was
Oh,
originally written during the time of Jonathan Swift, and then it was
wow.
adapted by Brecht and Weil for the as Die Drei Groschenoper, and then that I mean, you know, if there were if had be we but world enough in time and there were 10 of me, I would be doing a Brecht and Weil book, go.
No, but I'm saying, I was thinking when I moved to New York, I had Sweeney Todd cassettes and I had Lola Lenya doing work of like that little cassette, because that's what there was in those days, cassettes. And those were both like things I was playing all the time. And that's funny how those were like very like together. Is that interesting that you were talking about that? I just happened, those were things I resonate with and are doing those songs.
Yeah, they're so
But
beautiful. They're
yeah,
so beautiful.
it,
I'm
it is.
I'm also like I love Uta Lemper and Uta Lemper's work. I mean, she's fantastic, right? It's really beautiful and as I remember watching back in like 2017, because as I've talked about before, I'm kind of obsessed about the Weimar Republic era because I think there's a lot of resonance and a lot of resemblance between that era and this this era and also some lessons to be learned about how to resist artistically because we're sure not going to be putting ourselves in front of tanks. Any kind of resistance has to summon the true spirit of that. I think it's why, people like AOC and that are so um, are so popular because, and Bernie Sanders, they're so popular because, and, Joan Baez and Patti Smith, because they really, we don't want to feel like, we don't want to feel bad about other people. There's something that just horribly, horribly wrong about this notion that we need to be against somebody, you know,
Mhm.
whether it's a particular person, whether it's an entire group of people, whether we're going to say, oh, the reason I can't get a job, or my wages were cut, or I can't get health benefits, or I can't get whatever medical coverage is because some guy from Haiti, or some guy from Indonesia, or some guy from Pakistan, or some guy from China, or some woman from South Africa, or somebody from El Salvador, or whatever, came over here in search of opportunity, and then and I have to be against them. I have to be against them because they represent hatred. It makes no sense, but there are millions of people who have been polemicized and programmed and ideologically indoctrinated to believe that their neighbor, who's from Salvador or Nicaragua, or you know um, Guatemala or Mexico, is their enemy. That their songs are songs of that should inspire fear in them, or somebody who's a practitioner of Islam, when they say, um, you know, like God is great, that somehow that is a call to terrorism, right? Allahu Akbar is means that we should call the police, or we should, immediately inform the FBI, you know, and this is fundamentally inimical to the American way of life. It is fundamentally against everything that we stand for and world civilization stands for. And I think that why I'm so enrolled in a collective pause, because we have become part of an international poetry community which has come together and has kind of reached out to me with extremely generous pause. People like Ma Yongbo in China, people like Cassandra Alagos Scufi in Salamis in 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 Greece, and people, I mean, people that I've worked with on anthologies before, like the Leonard Cohen book by like Daniela Wachu, right? Like people like Krista Belisario, right? And Till Kumari Sharma, and so many so many poets, um, I that from places like Pakistan, from Bangladesh, Bangalore, um, you know, Romania, that I feel like we're winning. I feel like we're winning. I feel like we've already, in a sense, even though in a strictly temporal way we may lose, but that's just because our bodies are perishable. But I think we're winning because the human spirit is invincible, right? We're invincible, and we have Bob Rich back. So we're talking about Stephen Sondheim, Bob, and we're doing, at Ellen's suggestion. Um, I'm doing a Stephen Sondheim tribute,
Yeah.
and it's something I would hope that you would, contribute to if you wish. And certainly we'd be very, very open to your participating in it in whatever form you'd like.
Well, thank you. What have been the main what are the main points made so far in relation to Sondheim and his work?
Well, we're talking about some of his complexity that he deals with very dark subjects, but he also talks about he's able to well um, Ellyn and Amelie are far more intelligent about it, speaking about it him than I am. I am a recent comer to Sondheim, having only seen Sweeney Todd, and Amelie is a musician, as you know, so she's able to articulate exactly what's going on with the oboe in a certain scene, sort of evoking the language of the child, saying, "I'm right here." And I just think what's interesting to me as a recent comer to Sondheim is that the sheer breadth of his work is dazzling. That the one man was able to write the lyrics to wildly dissimilar musicals, such as Sweeney Todd. The same guy wrote West Side Story, wrote, well, that's not really that different because it is Romeo and Juliet, but he wrote um, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum, which is another, I think, another kind of sign of his genius because on the surface, if you just take the surface, like it's Broadway, right? Broadway, and it's like tragedy tomorrow, comedy tonight, right? But he's talking about slavery, you know? So it's a very heavy themes that he writes about. But just like Shakespeare was able to, especially in any Shakespeare play, whether it's Lear, whether it's some of the funniest lines are in his tragedies. I mean,
Hmm.
you have like these pun fugues. I mean, it's the most amazingly awful groaning puns, right? And it gets raunchy, much ado about nothing, you know, whole lot of talk about the pussy. I mean, he would go there, Shakespeare would go there, and Sondheim is is Shakespeare.
Hmm.
Right. I just that's my own personal opinion, but as I think as I was saying, like while you're away, any great art is able to articulate in its own form, a unique form that is elicited by the artist, acting as a conduit for the universal energy, what Walt Whitman called original energy, is able to be a channel for this absolute truth. And it's gonna be articulated in a way that only music can. So sometimes, like it's like that song, I just cold say I love you, right? You
Stevie
could not.
Wonder.
What?
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder, exactly. Stevie Wonder, right? You you could, I mean, I play, I dedicate songs to people every day, and I dedicate a lot of songs to Aaliyah, and it's a sort of a wonderful challenge to find a song that I haven't used in a while. But one of my favorite songs is Sabra Cadabra by
Hmm.
Black Sabbath, which is a love song, right? And that any great art can any great artist is has range and depth as well. So that's what kind of some of the ideas that I was playing around with, that and but I'm not articulate or knowledgeable about Sondheim as Ellyn maybe, and a musical side from Amelie. Yeah.
Well,
You're
one thing
doing
that comes,
great. Oh, sorry, you're doing great. But yeah, that Bob was look forward to hearing you.
well, you were talking a little earlier about trying to treat everyone as equals. In the when I first got back onto the call here around a little after 7:30, and to me, West Side Story is all about that. I think that it's a very um, haunting, story with, I mean, such great music and lyrics and and as Alex pointed out, of course, it is Romeo and Juliet, but it just as a lasting Sondheim work, boy, that to me that still is my favorite like movie musical, the 1961 version. I know that the actual musical I think came out in 1957. Um, but what a great way to show um, like an anti-racist story, with falling in love with someone who's of a different, culture and nationality, and just how the story plays out, of course, in a kind of gritty, realistic way. I almost feel like the movie is like magic realism, like the movie version, because it has this really um, kind of a rough understanding of like a more like mature understanding of what really happens when, or could happen when, yeah, a man and a woman, fall for each other, but from different nationalities, and the tensions that can arise and the risks involved with that. But also it just shows the like the tender side, like how human side and the emotion and the mutual admiration, um, between the two lead characters, of course. And boy, just the music and the lyrics, I don't know how you could get much better than that. So really, you get carried so enjoyably through like a story that's wonderful, but also pretty harsh, at the same time. So it kind of shows you the wonderful things, like a sense of wonder. Um, I think the lyrics have a lot of like, feel very like awestruck and, with a lot of sense of wonder, but also very real and kind of tough, like kind of grappling with tough realities. Um, so that's a that's a great, um, just a great enduring movie. I still can't think of, at least for my own taste or personality, too many other musical movies that either move me quite as much or that are quite so enjoyable, even in terms of just the music and the choreography and all the technical and creative aspects. It just feels like all the cylinders are firing so well.
Yeah. Oh, you must write something too, please, for the
That
anthology.
was so beautiful, Bob. That
Yeah,
was great.
totally. It's really beautiful. Gosh, this is really neat. Totally. Yeah.
I was just thinking, because we've amassed hour upon hour of really important conversations, and which are archival for, should be like, this is primary material for, scholars of the future or scholars of the present, really, and I want to make it available in accessible form that is, so I was just wondering, I was just thinking as Bob was talking, how could I go about getting this transcribed? Because we have so many, and some of it is redundant because we tend to, well, we talk about the same thing, so we're going to tell some of the same anecdotes, but it's not it's not lesser because we say the same things. We're just excited about it. And so how would I go about doing that?
Yeah, well, good question.
Right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just put these things up for YouTube and we get, like, at most we have 40 people. And I just did the interview with Tony Zanetta from, as David Bowie insider, and talking about, working with Bowie on the Diamond Dogs and Ziggy Stardust tours. We got barely 20 viewers. And Tony was absolutely thrilled that I mean, imagine, Tony Zanetto is thrilled that I put this interview up, and it's like, how do I connect? Well, how do I get Nocturnicorn books out there to connect with the audience that it needs to connect with? Because we have some of the world's foremost creative geniuses on board, and yet it's totally obscure. I need, and I spend much of my day just trying to promote the books, but I can't completely do it by myself, just one fix or the Black Sabbath. Would you guys mind if I talked about the Black Sabbath book for a little bit?
I like their album Master of Reality.
Master of Reality, yeah. That
That's a
was
good one.
one of their best, I think. This had some great songs. I think it has Sweet Leaf, if I'm not mistaken, and then um what's the I'm not sure if it has Paranoid, but it has, see, I wasn't prepared to, oh wow, yeah, Master of Reality, but I'm pretty sure it has Sweet Leaf and Children of the Grave.
Mm.
Um some of the one of the truly great songs. Um I like Sabbath Bloody Sabbath has really, really great album, Volume 4, and then Black Sabbath Volume 1, Heaven and Hell. The great thing about Sabbath is that they had, more than 50 years of consistently great music,
Mm.
but they had many lineup changes, and the only consistent member has been Tony Iommi, who has read this book. He's in the studio now. He's recording some new material. I don't know if it's new, maybe some new Sabbath stuff. I don't know. But he's in the studio right now, but he's read this book. And hopefully he will be getting back to us whenever Tony Iommi gets back to us is a great day. But this this book, which all the proceeds go to Children of the Night Incorporated, because that was the charity that Ronnie James Dio worked with, that helps runaway children and kids who are being preyed upon by child molesters and pimps and pornographers. And Dr. Lois Lee works with world governments and Homeland Security and the FBI to bring these creeps to justice, and also to, you know, rehabilitate the kids, and, you know, bring them back into the world of safety and the collective paw, where they feel that they're not junk and garbage the way that they've been programmed by the predators. And it drew so much love and support from the horror world, which is where I come out of. And some of the names, like Anna Taborska, it's like y'all are more from the, like, beat poetry world, and so, well, Amelie works with, like, Joe Lansdale, right? So you've got, like, horror pals and stuff, right? But so but Anna Taborska, for example, I'll just to put it in perspective, and to get an original Anna Taborska is incredibly rare. Here's one reason why. This is the best horror of the year, volume 4, edited by Ellen Datlow. Now, I'm just going to show you, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 names on this cover. Can you see this?
Mhm.
Right?
Stephen King. I
Stephen
like Stephen King.
Stephen King, Peter Straub, um, Brian Hoge, who I've had work with, the same, um, Peter Straub, Laird Barron, Stephen King, and John Langan. You cannot get more elevated as far as horror. And so she actually has a full-time job. She's a film, she works in film. She's a film director. And she doesn't really have time for anything. She doesn't have 5 minutes to appear on this show, which is how insanely, you know, like as when you're not only do you write horror, but I mean she has a degree in experimental psychology from Oxford, right? And and she's brilliant. And and when she writes things, it goes into anthologies like, Ellen Datlow with Stephen King. And so she gave us an original story. And she and I worked very closely together to develop the story, which is based on two Black Sabbath songs, which are both from the same album, the Born Again album with Ian Gillan from Deep Purple. And one of the songs was called Digital Bitch, which is actually about Sharon Osbourne. And the other is Trashed. This is from the same album. And so we kind of came up with this thing called Trashed Bitch. And she's a huge metalhead. She loves heavy metal. And so, in addition to being just like this wonderfully warm, caring, tender-hearted, very emotional, generous, kind, person who is a human rights activist. She's worked on films about the Holocaust for the BBC,
Hmm.
and she worked on several films. She also, works as a technical advisor and historical consultant for the BBC. And that's one, and she's been nominated for the Bram Stoker Award 5 times. 5 times, right? I hope that she wins. But this is one person. We have um Ellen Maybe in it. We have Ma Yongbo, who's a collaborator with me, who's one of the more foremost poets from China. He's an avant-garde poet. He's a scholar. He's a translator of people like William Carlos Williams and and Helen Pletz we had on the show. And who's in Cambridge. And of Herman Melville, Moby Dick. His translation into Chinese of Moby Dick sold 500,000 copies in China. So he's considered to be he's the biggest deal as far as Chinese poetry, right? So those are three people. And Kevin Andrew Murphy works with George R. R. Martin, who wrote Game of Thrones, right? So he's a huge deal as well. He's an award-winning author. We have Christy Nogle, who's a Bram Stoker award-winning author. Um, Paul M. Salmon, who is an industry insider, film industry insider. He was embedded with he was embedded with Blade Runner.
Hmm.
He wrote the definitive work on Blade Runner called Future Noir, The Making of Blade Runner. He's worked with people like Sting, with the guy who he worked on RoboCop too. He wrote for Cahiers du Cinéma and Ciné Fantastique and LA Times and The New Yorker, and he also does special effects. And he edited, let's see, two.
Alex,
Yes.
I am going to have to be logging off now. I'm
Okay, that's no
sorry.
worries.
I not only have to take my medicine, but I'm running out of voice.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, a nice big squeezins,
Oh,
um,
back at you. Squeezes to all of you.
and
Bob,
and a gentle, bare, soothing massage for your vocal cords, and a kind of, if I could incarnate and manifest as a kind of a honey lemon with a bit of echinacea in it, and sort of in the form of a small bear to go down your throat.
oh,
Just, just soothe your larynx, and so you feel all better.
Thank you. Okay. Well, good night to all of you.
Good night,
All of
my
you.
dear.
See you
Okay.
later.
Bye.
Bye bye. So yeah, it's really funny because this is why these things go on so long. It's because as I always wonder, and in retrospect, why did that thing go on so long? Was it just because I was going blah blah blah? I mean, I try to kind of give space for everybody to talk whatever they want to talk about, but also I want to kind of keep reminding our two viewers about the reason that I'm doing this, that is for these causes. And I wanted to talk a little bit about Children of the Night. Could we talk about that?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with them.
Is that a like a rescue mission?
Yes, it is absolutely a rescue mission. And what Dr. Lois Lee is both a sociologist he has a PhD in sociology, and she's also an attorney. And she founded Children of the Night Incorporated in 1979 with the idea that nobody is looking out for these children who come in from places like in the Midwest. Often they're abused, often they're, maybe they're neurodivergent, or maybe they're queer or whatever. And certainly they're already escaping often, very often. Why they wind up in the hands of predators is because they've been preyed upon. They're they've been kind of processed, and they're predisposed to think poorly of themselves. And so initially, like the pimp will love bomb them, also gaslight them, convince them that they're not really worth anything but their body, and that they need to sell their body, and that somehow they will gain meaning for their lives, and they will kind of have a certain amount of power. Now, for that to be a message for a small child is like horrific, and it's evil beyond words. But this society kind of tacitly, this is terrible to say, but in some ways, I think that our society kind of tacitly allows these things to happen because it cannot. I think we're in collective denial about a lot of things like child abuse,
Mm.
you know, and that it's the not saying the words is what allows it to happen. And we had this situation where kind of I had this friendship with Carrie Lee Chrome from The Runaways, and she was and is dealing with very, very devastating events that happened to her back in the 70s. And she was initially involved with this anthology. And through her, I found out a lot of things that about the Runaways, and it's just people would not believe it. But it's not my story to tell. But um, the network of predators is shocking. It shocked people. And so what Dr. Lee does is kind of she does God's work.
Mm.
She's out there on the streets making sure that they're fed and clothed and safe and warmed and get medical attention and psychological help, and she gives them her philosophy is based on the transcendental meditation, which is not to revisit the scene of the crime, not to revisit because that's the triggers, that's the trauma bonding that predators rely upon, that to you know ma keep the children in a permanent state of self self ignorance, right? With the idea of transcendental meditation was is that you reconnect with your humanity, with your true self, which is wonderful. It's wonderful, and so she worked with the great, late great David Lynch, the David Lynch
Oh,
Foundation,
okay.
right? Because he was into TM too. And it's very inspirational and very moving to watch Dr. Lee's videos. But I noticed that her posts rarely get attention. I mean, she doesn't seem to get have a lot of followers, which to me is shocking. And when I would make these posts promoting Children of the Night, I would get no responses. I mean, social media is baffling to me because I don't think that I don't think it's an appropriate forum for human beings to do any kind of, I mean, at most we can kind of share memes and stuff, right? We say, oh, I agree with so and so. I agree with what Patty Smith said or whatever. But so that's all I wanted to say, that every single dime that comes out of this book is going towards Children of the Night.
That's great.
And so my big question I keep coming back to is like, okay, so we've got a gold mine, and you both work in media and are very influential people. So let's could you help me to generate some ideas about how to promote these books so that it really does help the cause, and it's not just me shouting into the void, because I mean, this is ridiculous. We have John Shirley, we have John Shirley here, you know, and writing an original story. It's the guy who wrote The Crow. Like, how do we get these books in front of people that would be interested in, legends like David J. Haskins or, Poppy Z. Brite or whatever.
So you're hoping to promote or to bring the work of Children of the Night to a wider audience, like to help the public learn more about them.
Absolutely, yes. That is one thing, but also I'm trying to promote these books, or this book in particular, Children Hand of Doom, a literary tribute to Black Sabbath, because we have an all-star cast of the most distinguished creatives. I mean, much less horror authors and Bram Stoker award-winning horror authors, but people like John Shirley alone is a songwriter for Blue Oyster Cult. He won the Bram Stoker Award. He he wrote the movie The Crow, which is one of the cult classics of all time, right? And having John Shirley write an original story for this means far more than just this, oh, it goes to a good cause. It's
Yeah,
it in itself, it's a masterpiece. I mean, this book is a masterpiece, if I say so myself, but it really is. And so it's worthy in its own right. But then you have the additional benefit of people, if people buy it, then it goes directly towards this incredible cause. So it's like it's both things. I mean, it's almost too much of a good thing. So I want to pick your guys' brains about how do I get this book in front of people, the audience, who would, how many millions of people are fans of Blue Oyster Cult,
hmm.
right? Or The Crow, or John Shirley books, right? Who would, like, is a best-selling author, right? So, but I'm an indie press. I mean, I'm just one guy. I mean, literally one man.
I can tell you my own thoughts.
Okay,
Um,
great. Yeah,
well, my own philosophy or perspective on either fundraising or helping charities to get a
Yeah.
higher profile.
Yeah.
My own approach is number one, if at all possible, to try to get celebrities on board.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're already on that kind of track because you're talking about some really interesting, literature that is connected to the cause. And um, as you might know, there's a website called Look to the Stars,
Oh, wow. Let me write
and
this down.
that's a really nice website. Look to the Stars,
Okay.
and what they do, they they help you to find out which celebrities are devoted to which
Oh,
charitable causes. So you can actually type in, you can start either way. You can search by celebrity or you can search by the particular cause that
okay.
you're trying to research. So you can put in like Tom Hanks and see all the different causes and
Yeah.
charities he supported, or you can put in like the environment or children's issues
Right.
or hunger, whatever it is.
Okay.
And,
Wow. Great.
and so that, to me, that's a great place to kind of focus is like the world of celebrities, especially in this day and age, of course, where
Yeah.
social media, on Facebook and other major social media platforms, if you can get one celebrity who's pretty recognized to share anything to your charity,
Yeah.
then instantly you have a big audience who actually is going to listen and kind of either check out a quick, like commercial that the celebrity
Sure.
did, or um, my other thought about fundraising, in my own opinion, is that even if the cause itself, even if the subject matter
Right.
is, either depressing or very serious or heavy
Right.
or overwhelming, I still think the content of the fundraising should not be any of those things. There should not be like,
You,
kind of very sad. And
you, you,
I,
you,
I
you
think it should be uplifting and inspiring.
you know what really comes to mind immediately is the Sandy Hook Promise people. Like
Yeah.
whenever I hear that, I see that, I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna feel terribly depressed now, and I just put that guy on mute,
Yeah. I
and
know
then
what
I
I know what you mean, because I care about kids, so I don't want to
exactly
hear about it's because I care that
because we care, right?
that I can't even listen to the whole commercial because it's so depressing.
Yeah, I know.
And so that's the irony of how if you're doing fundraising, you don't want to
Right,
be serious
right.
about your cause because you're just because usually, you know, this probably goes without saying,
Uh,
but all of us in general have so much to contend with already. In other
exactly.
words, our daily lives that kind of if you're on YouTube and you're
Right.
listening to an album, and all of a sudden
Yeah,
a charity commercial comes on, I
yeah,
think the only way you'll keep watching and listening, in my opinion, is if that commercial is super interesting, or
yeah,
you think that it's cool, or you think it's really uplifting or
sure,
inspiring. It can be about a very, very heavy, serious subject,
yeah,
but if the content is captivating and it makes you
yeah,
feel good, that's, I think, the best way to do fundraising for charity.
yeah.
And in this day and age, of course, if you can have a celebrity, even one involved, that can help so much. Um, so, I mean, I think Look to the Stars is a great way
Yeah.
to find a match, to find a
Okay, cool.
celebrity who has a history already of supporting the cause that you're
Yeah.
interested in, because they may have years of already having supported either missing kids or
Mm,
the environment or
yeah.
whatever it is. And then I found out that IMDb, the Internet Movie Database,
Right.
if you can subscribe to IMDb Pro,
Right.
that's one way to get access to the representatives of celebrities.
Okay. Yeah.
Because sometimes if you don't have exclusive, if you don't have access to like an exclusive database like IMDb
Sure.
Pro, then if you're just like looking online, you know, the general public may find it challenging to reach a celebrity
Sure.
unless you kind of have a special source.
Yeah.
That can be and then of course, even if you find a celebrity, you have to find a way to to make it so easy and simple
Yeah.
for them, if
Yeah, no, no,
emphasizing, you know,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the see, I guess there's a certain irony in here is that
okay,
is that the built-in most obvious celebrities
okay,
to be involved in this project are Black Sabbath. See,
yeah.
that's the
If you
most
could,
obvious, if see my dream, please universe manifest. I mean, my dream is, and well, it could happen. It could still happen because, like I said, Tony Iommi is in the studio right now.
yeah, there you go.
But like, okay, so here's my dream. Here's my dream, and putting it out there to the collective paw of the universe
Hmm.
is that hi. I can't. My voice is gone. But hello, this is Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath. I'm talking on behalf of Children of the Night Incorporated. Please come out and buy this book. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, fucking Aussie, man, and, I can't fucking hear you, you know. I'm giving a shout out to my mate, Alex S. Johnson. He put out this book,
Yeah.
Hand of Doom. It's great. Fucking buy it, or I'll bite your head
Right.
off, right? You know?
Right there. Can you imagine what you just said? I mean, that's entertaining.
Yeah,
If Ozzy himself said those words,
right.
you'd immediately have such a big
You're right.
rush of, there'd be
Yeah,
lots of donations. They'd be looking for more information about the book and about the charity,
yeah,
because it's entertaining and so many folks have affection for Ozzy
right.
Osbourne
He is
like,
very, yeah. I mean, he's super cuddly, and he's also dyslexic too. He
oh
has
yeah.
he has the most pure kind of like pure, purely emotional person. Like his immediate connection with the audience is so profound
Mm.
because that's him. That's the essence of Ozzy is out there. I can't fucking hear you louder, you know? And so I think I kind of solved the problem right there. It's like it wouldn't make any like initially I'd reached out to Gaga and of course I never heard back. But that you know so it's the most obvious thing is to connect Black Sabbath with the book with it's already in Iommi's hands. Hello, my name is Tony Iommi. I'm the guitarist of Black Sabbath. Um, I, you know, what I mean, and then have like Sabbath music playing in the background, right? Like Children of the Grave or whatever, or maybe a like a montage of great riffs, like a.
Mm.
How about this? Okay, this is just a fantasy idea for a promo spot. Okay, I was watching like the top 10 riffs of Tony Iommi, right? This video on YouTube. And I was
Yeah.
thinking, what if it started out, right? As you just think you're watching like, and now the top 10 riffs of Tony Iommi, right? And then we get to number one, and it's like, and then he's sitting there in his studio, surrounded by his platinum records and for gold records for whatever Master of Reality or any of their albums, like with his iconic Gibson SG with the inlaid cross frets. And he's saying, "Hello, my name is Tony Iommi. I'm the guitarist of Black Sabbath." And he's holding this book. He said, "This book is done by my mate Alex S. Johnson in the United States for a very important cause, Children of the Night Incorporated. Ronnie James Dio was, benefactor of, however he would say it, of worked with them. It's a great cause, and here it is. Buy it." And that would just instantly propel it to what I think is what it deserves is platinum record status. I mean,
Mm.
it's a platinum record book. As I conceived of it as an album.
Hmm. I wonder. I also, as you were talking, I was imagining like, what if we saw someone who maybe was, in a season of hardship and actually got support and help from Children of the Night, but we see them doing well, and maybe what if they're musicians and they're actually hanging out during like the this promotional video, talking to members of Black Sabbath, talking to the band,
Oh, great.
and
Yeah.
and also talking music maybe, or like I don't know, something that would be like fun and interesting related to Black Sabbath, like maybe um, the folks who were clients, customers, or not, that's not the right word, but they had been helped. Client could be a good word, but if you're a client of Children of the Night and you were on the street, for example,
Sure.
and then they helped you out, they helped you to get work, they helped you to
Right.
get back on track in your life. Then they actually met Tommy Iommi and
Exactly.
kind of got to get, and then the promotional video could be filmed like at a restaurant or at a concert,
Sure.
but it could be a really uplifting and maybe even fun conversation where like, and as you were kind of hinting at, either Ozzy or Tommy could host like this promotional video that might even
Yeah,
be pretty short, like a commercial, but they could say, "Hello, I'm Tommy from Black Sabbath.
exactly.
Next to me here is this terrific musician who wants," and then the musician
Yeah.
could say, "You know what? I got help from Children of the Night, and we're here to talk to you about this charity." But the somehow to keep the promotional video pretty light and fun, or
Yeah.
even funny, without with a minimal amount of kind of like heavy or depressing content.
I
Keep it,
agree.
yeah.
I agree totally. And I was also thinking along those lines, you know, we it doesn't ma it actually it doesn't really matter if people think about I mean, the Children of the Night thing could be almost subliminal. Like every
Mm,
promotional spot could have like it would just have the Children of the Night logo on it or something, and then
mm.
help call, please call. It wouldn't even necessarily, it could be subtle. And
Yeah,
the important thing is to raise the money because the
raise the money.
money will go to the charity. So we're not selling the charity, we're selling Black Sabbath, which is pre-sold, right? All you have to say to millions of people is children of the grave, like Black Sabbath. They're like, yeah, man, I fucking love it, So
Yeah.
so that's I think I totally agree with you, Bob. I totally agree with you.
And in fact, what if there could be like, I'm trying to think of how to put this, but what if like if you give to Children of the Night and you can get a discount on Black Sabbath albums and T-shirts, there could be
Right.
kind of a tie-in,
That would be
where
so cool.
yeah, and so somehow just to get the public to go, wow, I'm so grateful that I saw this commercial, that it made
Right.
me laugh and I was entertained, and that this commercial is helping me to get access to really maybe like exclusive Black Sabbath experiences or
Right.
music or merchandise, and that they're happy to give to Children of the Night because they're getting something really
Right.
special in return.
Or say, you like win a contest, like win a one-on-one tutorial with
Right.
Tony Iommi,
To learn, right,
or
to learn a
Geezer
musical
Butler,
instrument.
right? Or a kind of a school of rock thing,
Right. Like if you
you
could be
know?
flown out, if you could fly out to Hollywood or to wherever Tommy lives, to get together and to get taught
Yes,
music and music theory a, Black Sabbath
master. Yeah.
musicians,
Yeah,
um, and but also to plan to go out to dinner with that same
sure.
musician. Of course, there'd have to be kind of a naturally like a vetting or a screening
Of
process,
course,
and
yeah.
so that we're sure that
You're not
whoever,
random crazies, but
right, like some you have to kind of get that's kind of like but that's probably a normal, or maybe like if you want to participate, you maybe have to have some kind of simple background check, or um, which is kind of sad, but that's kind of
it is the
but
world we live in. Yeah,
that's the world we live in, right? So you have
yeah.
to take some basic precautions, but um, but usually, I've seen a lot of very fun
Sure.
fundraising, like campaigns that are entertaining. We might see like Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad doing like a fun,
Right.
like humorous, like sketch in character,
Right.
and, but they're actually doing it for like a missing children organization,
Exactly.
and the winners of the
Yeah.
contest might be flown in to have dinner or lunch with Brian and Aaron, that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
to make it super entertaining and light and fun. So you actually want
Right.
to watch the whole commercial because
Yeah.
you're celebrities, and they're making you crack up
Yeah.
and learn interesting things. I mean, that's such a win-win if you do it that way.
Yeah. And what I was just thinking is actually is that 100% guaranteed if Ronnie Dio was still alive, if Lemmy was still alive, they
Hmm.
would have they would I actually, I mean, I didn't know Lemmy like that well, but I did know him, and I mean, they were good mates, They would absolutely do this 100% because Ronnie was already, you know, the reason that I chose Children of the Night was because Dio, back in like 2006, I interviewed him for Zero Tolerance, or 2000. It was whenever the Master of the Moon album came out, and it was about 2003 or so. And I asked Ronnie, like, what are you working on now? He said, I'm working with Children of the Night, and he did a lot more for them than is known publicly.
Hmm.
And so I said, wow, that's really cool, man. So it kind of stuck in my head all these years later. And I was trying to figure out, initially I was going to maybe give the money to like a cause for drug abuse. And I was thinking, well, that's fucking depressing. And most of us are addicts anyway. So people don't want to be, you know, it's like the problem is that life is hard.
Yes.
The problem is life is hard. I think you hit the nail on the head. The problem is not so much, well, children being sold into prostitution is a symptom of
Hmm.
of despair.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a symptom of despair. The cause is so deep rooted. And so you can't you can't get at the cause of despair by making people feel bad. It'd be this like, hi, I'm Mark Borden from Sandy Hook Promise. Mute.
Yes, it's just too much.
Skip.
Too much. Right. I mean, even if you really care,
Yeah,
that's the sad part is a lot of folks who actually do care about that very cause
right.
just really, if it's, it's hard to listen to a whole commercial about that because it's so
Yeah.
disturbing and depressing.
Ellen, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I did. I thought we got cover so many different eclectic things today. Definitely, absolutely.
Yeah, we did.
The thoughts, I agree. I mean, all the things that Bob mentioned are really good. And then there's more people, spread the word and there it's I think and you definitely do beautiful write-ups about the book so people see that and then they share that and stuff. Yeah, there's so much stuff, but I think these are all excellent ideas and everything for
Cool.
sure. Sure.
Cool. I'm glad you like them. Yeah. I
Yeah.
spend a lot of time writing these promos, and I'm very much, appreciate that you appreciate them. I know that you always give me a love heart from my promos because they're a lot of work, and I don't know how else to do it, because especially with social media, it's like it's really a challenge to get people's attention, and I don't like
Yeah.
to tag people. A lot of the time I'll just like, well, what one thing that I try to do is is kind of have I want to create a kind of a social media warm bath for people, so that I'm sort of like a channel, right? Like you're flipping the channels and you're going, yeah, man, okay, so that's an earthquake that just happened and wherever, or that's hard. And I don't know, man. I kind of don't want to watch the earthquake show now because that's people suffering. I don't want to watch the Gaza show now because that's people suffering. I can't do anything about it, right? So you're flipping channels, rhetorically speaking. And then I want my channel to be like your front row at your favorite concert, and
Mm.
you have a first row seat. Not only do you have a first row seat, I want to share somehow because I've had incredible experiences. Like I've been backstage at Marilyn Manson and Motorhead and and I know personally am friends with, work with rock stars, and I want people. It's sort of like in a way, it's sort of like saying there is a God, if that makes any kind of sense. Like I want my channel to be a constant beaming out a constant signal that no matter what shape you're in right now, that the small bear show has got your back. That the small bear is is wants to give you a hug, right? The small bear cares about you, right? Not just in general and like as an abstraction, but you personally. And like if anybody's having a hard time, I hope when I ask how are you doing, right? Some people thank me. People thank me. They say, Alex, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking. And sometimes it's the simplest thing that you don't even know. Maybe nobody noticed that they're having a tough time. They're having a shitty day, right? They're on the roof with a rifle. You know what I mean? It's like, and so, I mean, a lot of people I know have, elderly, you know, loved ones they care for and so forth. And you do, and I do, and Ellen does, and so many people are having financial problems and have it hard to make ends meet, and so like it's sort of okay. These songs and these bands and these films and whatever, they're a source of not just escapism. Escapism is kind of pejorative. But I don't think escapism is pejorative. I think it's great. It's like why else do you go to the movies, right? Why else do you listen to songs? You escape from something that you cannot do anything about that's extremely stressful to something that's beautiful, right? Like a like the attraction of Stephen Sondheim, you
Mm.
know, is that or any great art is it translates out your personal difficulties and challenges into something that also encompasses the entire range of human experience, right? And does it with rhythm too. You can dance to it, you can snap your fingers, you can memorize that song, you think, you know, wow, that's an earworm. I want to listen to that song again. And
Mm.
so I'll be playing. So this is one thing I do. I want to connect with people. Hey, I am a human being. I'm just like you guys. I just, I'm no different from any of you, but I know rock stars. I know and publish and am friends with the guy who wrote Bela Lugosi's Dead, right? I know and am friends with and publish the woman who wrote People, right? I know and am friends with, the woman who wrote, Mahakali of Terrifying Countenance, Jarbo, you know, and Ethan Morales, who the front man for Black Tape for a Blue Girl, and Tara Vanflower, who's the female voice of Lycia, which, like I mean, you talk about dark wave or goth. I mean, Trent Reznor is a huge fan of hers, a
Mm.
huge fan of hers, and so I want people to see. hey, we are not different from you. These these musicians and writers and artists that I and filmmakers that I work with are universally beloved. And I want to connect with people and I want to say, hey, we're a collective paw. Maybe individually we can't all come out and give you a squeezy hug, right? Because we have stuff to do, we have to pay our bills. But through the medium of art, and so I'll say, hey, here's and it makes people's day, right? I dedicated a song to Poppy Z Bright, Billy Martin, and today, and I wrote, this is dedicated with to Billy Martin, Poppy Z Bright, with respect and appreciation. This is from one Nocturnicorn Books contributing author to another. This is Silent Hedges by David J. Haskins, performed by Bauhaus, right? And Billy loved it. And it's a simple thing, right? It's a simple thing, but it's sort of like saying, yes, Virginia, there's a Santa Claus. Does that make sense? Or am I just impossibly naive and kind of like a dreamer, I don't know.
Good
You
to
know,
be a
it's hard,
dreamer.
it's important, but it can be hard. I mean, because I'm trying to think, I don't even know, like with a lot of books on say all the poetry books and all the small presses, a lot of times a lot becomes on the authors, to tour. Like there's certain presses that will only publish an author if they promise that they constantly tour. But a lot of poets don't have financial
Right,
ability.
exactly.
So it's a tricky thing because, in a way, the celebrity thing gets so caught up in everything that, sometimes things will be coming out at any point and you don't really know for sure, you know, in a certain sense, um, it's hard to know how some things can be very impactful. And I tell you, like for so many things, you're lucky. I mean, I don't mean well, yeah, you know how you write about being an artist. I mean, it's like means no funds in your checking account.
For sure, me too.
It's
Yeah,
so,
right.
so it's
Yeah,
like in a way it's tricky. I mean, it is obviously important, and you know what? There's people that sell probably so many books, but people don't resonate. So in a way, it's almost like it's to find that balance where that people are impacted, and sometimes it takes time, and sometimes it takes it might be even just a few people highly impacted. Like what see like some people, what did I hear something like everybody from was it like, oh yeah, I saw something where everybody in a picture had started a band, like all these people had gotten into music, so they were influential. But I mean, it that's is a tricky stuff because and a lot of times like the publishers might have some ideas too that
right.
do work with small press books, but I think I mean, wow. It is, and and the fact that you're doing consistently so many different things, that's really
Yeah,
cool. Because but I don't know. And then a lot of the poets don't have hardly any money. I mean, it's
right.
a tricky
Exactly.
thing. They care.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
so it's
It, well,
hard.
one thing that I sort of trained myself, and I'm trying to, I think that having the, devastating illness that I do is kind of trained me to think to kind of appreciate everything. It's like my mom made some cookies, and I was like, wow, these kind of gingerbread-esque cookies, and I was like, damn, Mom, thank you. They're so tasty, you know. And
You
I
know,
did, right?
yeah, this Yeah.
Makes me
No, no,
happy.
it's very important to be appreciative. Another thing you could try. I know I've never found this. I mean, I've always thought, like, I always thought it'd be so neat to have a booker, a booking agent, but I never really. But it'd be interesting because, like, I mean, you're such a great way of presenting the books, but out of curiosity, just to see, say somebody, just even for a little bit, who's like almost a publicist, they might say, "Oh, you should go on like some TV shows." Should
Right.
they? 'cause in a way, that would be interesting just from that perspective. Even though you're so good at it, somebody outside of it might say, "Oh, well, I would say you could be on this media." There may be that could be experiment to try, and it has nothing to do with how good you are to express
No,
all these.
I know, I appreciate what you're saying, Ellen, and but but to be honest, I'm now in a position where really I think it would be better if I could afford it. If I could, I can't afford it because I am my own publisher, right? And so I don't have any money to, obviously I don't have any money, period. And and so it's a kind of a catch-22. I can't promote my books. See, Nicole earlier said that she was going to be on Jimmy Kimmel, and I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I was so excited. I was jumping up and down, and I did a tag to everybody. I was like, hey, you know who's going to be on Jimmy Kimmel Live is Nicole, our own very own Nicole H6. I was so
Oh,
excited.
I think. Oh, no, no, no. I think she was attending a screening. I don't think she was a
Yes,
guest or
I
anything.
know, but when she
Oh,
messaged
oh,
me, she said she was going to be on it first. And so and then I was
oh,
like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I was so excited. And I said, could you
oh.
talk about Nick Turner Corn Books? And she was like, yeah, of course. And then she did a tag, she did a post on Facebook. And I was like, oh, and then I said, I thought you were going to be on Jimmy Kimmel. She said, I'm in the audience. And she bailed on it because they didn't want to take her phone. She's like, no way, you're going to take my phone, right? But,
Oh.
but, but really, it's like at this point, I wish I could kind of like people who are at the same level of there's an intrinsic success that I have, intrinsic success, which is not calculate calculated or calculable by money standards, right? I think that what we're doing, and this is sort of like my appreciating the cookie. So I just want to appreciate the fact that I have one of my favorite poets, and like living poets, that is a good friend of mine, Ellen maybe, and Bob Rich, is I've just you know learning about Bob Rich, and Bob Rich, seems like somebody I could be really good friends with, and I just want to express my
Thanks.
appreciation for both of you that that is intrinsically, instead of getting caught up in like how many books I can sell or this cause is great. Yes, we know it's great. But instead of being stressed out about, oh, I wish I had Ozzy Osbourne and promoting my books, that's never going to happen. But this is a really beautiful thing. We're just really having a fine, a very elevated kind of conversation.
Hmm.
Does
That's
that make
good.
any sense?
That's
But
good.
I
Yeah.
just that's true. But I was also thinking one thing that certain presses that might have an affinity with each other sometimes go and have like events together, even online or book fairs. I mean, it just depends. Sometimes there can be a press that's they're have a kind of and you'll see they might even like say at a book fair they might share a table, so they're getting that's in some way. So there could be even presses that you could
Well,
that are also probably having the same situation that they could
you'd
be very.
mentioned we'd been talking about Daniel Yaryan, right? And maybe he could do something because or Mark Olmsted or something like that. I don't
Or
know.
like I'd say, even like I'd say the kind of stuff also would be like, say, Iris's press, like Punk Hostage. That
On
would
Costas
like
Press,
that
yeah.
would be too. I mean, like, or just like you could even actually put a post out and see like what people had ideas like that, because you could still do some virtual things, or maybe have like a kind of where people discuss this, because I'm sure, I mean, I don't know, but it seems like it's very hard, because I know when people have books out, they're saying, can you pre-order? Because that helps the press know how many they'll
Sure.
print. So I think it's really not, it's so on so many levels, the small presses,
Yeah.
have that it's very, I mean, I don't know how many books people sell at all, but
Yeah,
it's like it's got to be a challenge. But I would maybe there could be a kind of symposium, like a kind of Zoom where you get maybe some presses talk
that's a
and have them
great
and
idea.
talk and discuss it. Maybe they could,
Hey,
discuss that. That would be
could
interesting.
you? I know well, I don't know how you feel about this, but could you do you think you could like reach out to some people? Like I have a really hard time getting a hold of Iris. I mean, if I have trouble, I don't know, but I mean she seems wonderful. And I don't know, maybe just ask around like which presses might be interested in having a symposium with us.
Oh, you're so good at writing these press releases. I think you need to put out all these ideas and it'll be coming from a press. I think that's, and then post it because people will see it. You have a lot of friends and at least they'll give some ideas. I'm
Okay.
not always so sure. And you're so articulate about it. You could maybe suggest there might be people that, come up with ideas that we're not even thinking of other presses. They could be
Yeah.
elsewhere. They could be in other cities.
Yeah.
Know who you should talk to? Maybe Don Campbell. Maybe he could be on it.
Yes. Yes,
You know,
Don Campbell, sure. Why not?
you know, and maybe he'll have some ideas. I mean, like, yeah, I think that, and then maybe you do one and then it might lead to doing another one because I think it's they'll everybody, especially with years of experience, might have some thoughts, and I really feel a lot of people are in a similar boat, especially publishers. But you have your own different things because both of you and Dan Campbell, different people, have been doing it a long time and have interesting can discuss, and that would be. It might have other ideas for people. I don't know that I would have any more luck or reaching, but I think if you put something out and like suggest that happens, whenever you think and try to get some idea of when that'd be good. It certainly would be interesting
Yeah.
because a lot of people do like to know the nuts and bolts and what can be done, and they're interested in that, and
Right.
have an affinity to find out more. That would be cool. I mean, it could be, just don't have it real early in the morning
I know.
because a lot of
I know you
poets are nocturnal. But
nocturnal. You like to
yeah,
sleep late. And
yeah, but
yeah, but I love it. I love it. So, I think it's just a matter of kind of using the resources and like I was just talking with Joe Kidd, right? And
Mhm.
Joe Kidd is like is wonderful, right? And he was the Beat Poet Laureate of Michigan, and Sheila Burke is his wife, as you know, and she's the current one, right? And he's really looking forward to working with me, in the future. So I don't know,
Yeah,
and you know,
help
yeah,
them. Maybe was it Deborah Tolson?
yeah,
Tolson?
Colson Kelly,
Have
yeah,
her. Yeah, you could have like a lot of people, and you know what? You'd have an archive of stuff, and there's people, and they might know some people. You could do it like it could almost be a series of. It would be very educational for people because I think that part of things is really challenging. I mean, I don't know what people would consider like how many, I mean, even how much expectation or at all of how many books would be considered any,
well,
but this is hard. And of
well,
course you're doing different stuff,
well,
different field, but
here's another idea that's kind of came out of this, you know, is that kind of switching gears away from promoting. Instead of,
mhm,
here's another way to promote. Like one of the things I like to do is make things accessible. Like with the way I was talking about Beyond Baroque makes poetry workshops accessible. What I was
mhm,
thinking is here's an idea. What about like workshops that would be on a subscription basis? So everybody pays, say, $5 a month. Like, no big deal, right? $5 a month, right? But what you would get is if enough people paid $5 a month, right? And then you would be able to enroll in, and then the more that you paid you at different tiers, you would get more access to more things, right? But then you would have opportunity, you would be able to have, workshops, say with me and Dawn or Mish Murphy or whomever, right? Um, whoever would be willing, because if you make it worthwhile for people, say, okay, we're going to get paid, right? Guaranteed you're going to get paid if enough people throw into the pot, right? And say, okay, so just the same way that you can watch movies for free if they have ad space, right?
Mhm.
Um, or we could have businesses. Um, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, we could have not corporate sponsors, maybe they'd have to be good causes, but what about like local businesses supporting us? Chamber of Commerce? I don't know. They said the wheels are turning, right? So say your local, whatever your local what's a good like local business in LA that you like?
Hmm. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I mean, I don't even go places. I
I know
mean,
you
I
don't.
mean,
I know do
I'm
I.
not
So
really. I
this
mean,
is
I'm not. I mean, that maybe Amelie or Bob or
I know
different people I'm with it. No, I
okay.
mean, I literally don't go anywhere.
That,
But
it's a
but
dumb
also
question. I know you don't go anywhere. Neither do I.
but
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe sometimes I know like at different things people trade books, and I mean sometimes the
Trade books.
people not they might not be able to afford to buy a book, but they might be able to share their books and get the word out that way too. Like they trade books because very many people, especially well, I mean you're dealing with other art parts
Yeah.
of other literature, but the poets are really broke because they're the poets never selling
Exactly.
it. So they're
Exactly.
the
So,
particularly
so
broke. I
one
don't
one
know.
one huge problem with my promotions is that all of my friends are artists and we're all
Yeah,
broke, right? And so
yeah.
people will be like, yeah, that's great, Alex, you know, and people are just really happy when I send them, you know, contributors copies, you know.
It's really beautiful. And when people do that, appreciate because that's really nice. And it is a tricky thing because I mean, yeah, to do something that is so important and then define how that works out yeah, that would be a very interesting like a panel or discussion about things because that is a definite how to I mean you know that you could look into it. I bet that would be kind of challenging. I mean, I'm sorry, it seems realistically would be challenging, but you might want to try to apply for grants if you're considered like can do that. You know what I mean, like some sort of grant or something, because that could help in the midst of it. It's just
Yeah,
I mean, but you know what, having everyone come together and kind of discuss things. Certainly, it could be an interesting forum to have people start to
yeah,
discuss it because I would think that a lot of people are struggling with those issues,
yeah,
even though they're doing great work. It is, it is. I
yeah,
mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what would be considered in any one book. Like, how many would it have to sell? Would it have to be a year or a month or
yeah,
a week? But I mean, it's. I mean, it's unbelievable for the poets. I mean, I can't. I mean, it's not incommensurate to what people's work seems to resonate. It's just very tricky,
it is.
but I would do that. I would suggest like maybe just ping the word and see if anyone's available and do it maybe and do it again. Just do it maybe quarterly or something and just see what comes of it. Could be neat to kind of have everyone resonate together about it. I mean, that seems like it'd be interesting because that part, you know,
So what exactly, because I think I lost the thread somewhere. So what exactly are you suggesting that, like,
Zoom and see who would be people from presses that would want to speak. I mean, there's a number of them around, but they don't even have to be based anywhere in particular. And just see, I'm sure that they would, the small presses of this stuff would be interested in like maybe sharing their ideas and stuff.
Okay,
I'm sure
sure.
that especially because yeah, I would just maybe and then see, and then somebody else will be, oh, I can do it, and that'd be interesting. They might know someone. It doesn't have to be a whole bunch of people.
Yeah,
I mean, even you and Dan, and maybe somebody else that's available, maybe Richard. Just I mean, it can
right.
be a few people that can talk about the and together and see. I'm sure it's not easy. That's taking on. I mean, not everyone can do that, but I would say put the word out. See, and then people can put their heads together. I think it'd be interesting because you don't
Yeah,
hear that part of things all the time. And I don't know how, like, I mean, that would be an interesting thing to kind of just see what people would be available, but to try to think of, give it a little time to figure out when people
yeah,
could do it. And then like have a kind of because you're really good. You all could be good talking about it together and moderate together. Just kind of it could be real free form and interesting because a lot of people find that interesting and it's important because a lot of times they don't know and a lot of times it's not even discussed. It's kind of mysterious and how to
Well,
figure it
well,
out.
what is mysterious? What do you mean? What is?
Well, it's mysterious how when so many great works are obscure, don't get
Oh
so
yeah,
many presses. If so many presses share that they're not supported necessarily with grants, they're not supported necessarily
exactly.
with university. A lot of
Right.
presses, some of them are university presses and they have a certain amount of financial or they get grants. So going on your own, there's other people doing that, but they might want to like talk together what struggles or what's working out or how to what they suggest. It's
Yeah.
not easy. Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of alienated from the whole idea. See, the only reason that I'm even bringing this up is because it just seems obvious that I don't want to just put these art for art's sake is not enough. I'm doing these books to make money and for a cause and well also for myself. And but so it's I'm such a bad capitalist. I'm such a
Mhm.
bad capitalist because immediately the last thing I want to talk about is like is that the one thing that I should be thinking about a lot is like how do we make some money off of this, Alex? How do we make this break even? And I'm like, well, the first thing I think about is how do I make sure that the authors are happy? And really, I'm hopeless. I'm hopeless.
Yeah.
Like, I just like, well, if the authors are happy, the quality of the books is very fine. It's it's people are surprised. Like I was talking to Catfish McDarris, he was like, he thought that these books were like done by some that we sent out to have them printed. And I said, no, it's Great Space. It's Amazon Kindle.
Oh, oh,
And
you should discuss that because they look very people like you should each at each per I mean each press or the talks should maybe talk because a lot of times like people are doing things now it's called print on demand doing
yeah,
different yeah, I think that would be very interesting to have everyone talk because that's like back in the day. I don't think that was even I mean, that was just a different thing. There's a lot
right.
of changes. So you could talk, and then the other people could talk. I think that would make for interesting because they do look great, and a lot of the small press books look great, and they're doing it with. But I would suggest putting that kind of a thing of what you're thinking of, and just kind of freeform it. And I think, I mean, Amelie too has experience with they did Sacred Beverage and,
Yeah,
her and Matthew, they might have ideas. It could be really interesting, especially from, but they can be presses in other places, but even like just in California, there's been
yeah,
so many interesting presses. And,
yeah.
you
Well,
know,
well, maybe
yeah.
here's another idea that I was thinking maybe if we're not limited to we can do Zoom, so we're not limited by
Yeah,
geography. Maybe I could
no,
reach out to Matthias at Newington Blue in Germany, right? And say, hey,
yeah,
we could do maybe an international Zoom, right? We could talk about,
really
I've talked about
cool.
Charles Bukowski, right? And talk
Mhm.
about that book, and then mutually reinforce. Okay, so we've got prying, right? There's prying, right? Prying was right here, right? Prying, and I did a little. Matthias asked me to do a little promo. Yes, so I did a little, hi, I'm Alex Johnson, and speaking on behalf of Newington Blue, publications in Germany, and wow, just look at this, you got your prying, right? Great paper, great, you know, paper stock. It's durable. It's obviously it's lasting, high quality paper, and you get your high quality bookmarks, right? Very attractive. And you also get these, let me see if I can find my coasters. And I probably buried them in my books. See, being an artist means that, you sometimes choose different things for the four major food groups. And
Exactly. I mean, I think there's going to be like a lot of like interest in for people. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, people. I think people would find that interesting because I mean, I don't know. It's just an interesting subject and it's important because I'm sure people they're doing this and people there are people doing this for like in the time frame like your 10 years there's people like that and similar and just starting out it could be a great way to discuss this and have a Zoom with a lot of different people. I think that would be
sure,
a very interesting thing for
could
sure. I mean,
could be very,
yeah,
very fruitful conversation. So
mhm,
So I don't think you're suggesting anything kind of specific or concrete. We're talking about how do we one about the maybe the general question is okay, we're small presses and we're broke as fuck. How do
mhm,
we generate income and maintain integrity, and how do we how are we able to put out quality products when everybody is just struggling? Like I
mhm,
know, like if I wasn't in the position that I am, like I wouldn't be able to do the things that I'm able to do. So I feel very fortunate that I am in this position. And then, people have to work at different jobs. And I mean, it's not like I'm living like my best life. I'm living it. It's excruciating. It's horrible, but so what, right? So, I mean, I think I have this opportunity to do some good things, and
Yeah.
I want to use the gift of life and whatever talents I may have to 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 raise spirits,
mhm.
Good.
raise spirits and
Yeah,
you know
it's
have the collective
inspiring.
awe.
Yeah, it's inspiring. I mean, it's amazing. Almost every day you have a new anthology submission. Like, I don't know, like you're going to have hundreds of books soon,
Well,
hundreds
well,
of titles.
I figured out that I can do it almost like an assembly line. Once you've been doing this long enough, like back in the day, I did all of my own books, and then I got sick, and then I thought, oh, I can't do it. But this one was done by my late good friend Kevin Candela. The he did the layout and the formatting and the graphics, put it together. But this was the sword and sorcery anthology called Dreams of Fire and Steel. And right, look at that painting, right?
Yeah.
It's a
No, that's
beautiful
really
painting.
wild. You know who you should invite? I was just thinking, I'm sorry, I was just thinking Adrian Baldwin to discuss his process with you because you guys work so well together. Maybe he would be a good guest to talk
He,
and
he,
inspire
he
people
doesn't
because he's doing
want to be on the show. I mean, yeah, Yeah, I asked him and he says, I don't know, he doesn't he's a recluse. So he's
Oh, to be
yeah. He's also
small.
he's very sick. I mean, he has a disease, so but which I believe is in remission, but so and he's retired as well. So I mean, he's an author as well. I mean, I don't know if you people even know that, but he's written many books, and in addition, and he's funny. He's too he wrote these really kind of dark satire books, like my own books, and and he was like um we started working together in about 2016 or 2015, and the first book that we worked together on was Floppy Shoes Apocalypse, Cherry Nose Armageddon,
Wow.
which which came out, and it was our one of our first books that we put out, and that had a contribution by Ramsey Campbell, who's like one of the living legends of horror, and he's the guy who inspired Stephen King to write. So
Oh, really?
so we had Ramsey on, and Adrian, speaking of Adrian, their Phantasmagoria magazine, which is which was started by Trevor Kennedy. And Trevor Kennedy was a contributor to the first floppy shoes as well. And he has done we've been like our kind of our career and our growth of our business has kind of been on a parallel track because he's taken Phantasmagoria magazine to a place where they publish some really, really, really big names. And I mean, we publish Graham Masterton, but they publish Graham Masterton's novels, and they also publish like Clive Barker and I believe Stephen King. So they're really, really big. They also do events where they have Ramsey Campbell, for example. They have Barbie Wild, who's you ever seen the movie Hellraiser 2?
No, not Hellraiser, not
I,
Hellraiser
I,
one.
I know you're not a huge horror fan, but
Um,
there's this character that was created by Clive Barker. It's called Pinhead. And Pinhead is the kind of demons from another dimension, and they have he has nails in his head, right? And there's this demon played by Barbie Wild, who's also a an author in her own right, and they're also so you know who Clive Barker is, right? I mean, you've heard the name, right?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Dean M. Drinkle, who's the editor for Nocturnicorn Books in Caen, France, who's edited like five of our books. He's a friend of Clive Barker's, right?
Oh, that's so cool.
And he's also directed his plays too. So so I don't know. Oh, I just found out last night. I was doing a little research and I found out that Clive Barker had, on his official website, he has a, he has the front cover of a magazine that I contributed to. I mean,
Oh,
that specific issue,
wow.
right?
That's
Isn't that
amazing.
incredible?
That is. That's amazing.
It's the
Wow.
official Clive Barker. So Clive Barker has read my work.
Wow. That's
Isn't
neat.
that
That's
wild?
wonderful. Yeah.
Hey,
Man,
Alex.
yeah.
Alex, I'm sorry I got to run, but it was fun and very nice to be here tonight, and I
Thank you.
appreciate
Same
the
here.
invitation.
Of
I'm
course.
glad that I was a part of it. And
Yeah.
and Ellen, it was nice to meet you here, and you seem like especially uplifting. That's a very important quality for anybody.
Oh, thank you. Are you on Facebook too? Oh no, yeah.
I am on Facebook. Yeah.
Okay, we should all maybe connect on Facebook because I do hope you'll write something for the Sondheim and any other of
Yeah.
these anthologies you're hearing of because
Yeah.
it was nice to hear you speak of it. It was very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob. I absolutely 100% what Ellen said. what your thoughts about Sondheim were super interesting and super
Mhm.
Thank you.
intelligent. So I would really
Thanks.
love to have, what you said would be great for the book, right? Just what you
Thank
said.
you.
That would be,
Thanks.
yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't know, we won't have a deadline, for example, because I have several anthologies to get to, but um, and would you be interested in writing something for the Bowie book? I think I asked you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I've followed him, my whole life, Bowie.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know, any kind of appreciation or just thought,
Okay.
yeah, it could just be your thoughts about like you know, his who he was and how he
Yes.
resonated with you as an artist.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot to say there. So thanks. I'll come up with. I'll give you something about Bowie. It's
Great. That's really exciting. See, Ellen,
okay.
brings people together, and Amelie too. It brings people together,
That's
Really
true.
beautiful.
Yeah.
This was cool. This was really a neat Zoom together, everybody. It was
Yeah,
how and yeah and stuff. But I'm glad, yeah, this was fun. Yeah.
yeah.
This was
And it covered so many more different things than, but
yeah.
because of you, Ellen, and because of your Sondheiming, you got we got on I mean, you say yeah, I do like 100 billion anthologies. Well, one of them at least is your fault. You know, the Sondheim and the Leonard Cohen too, I think is
Yeah.
yeah, too. I mean, at this rate, we'll wind up just doing an anthology about musicals, right? So, and then Nicole had that great idea about the collective paw. So I
Yeah.
think all of these are viable. And as
Okay.
long as I feel the main reason I do all these books is because it makes me feel needed and it gives me something to do. It helps my
Oh, yeah.
self-esteem. So it's not just, it's my lifeline. So I get energy. I'm sort of like a reverse osmosis vampire. Like I get energy by not sucking people's blood, by replenishing people's. I'm a reverse
There you go.
vampire.
That's a lot better. That's good.
Really great. It's such a unique. I mean, there's so many different ones, and it's great. Yeah, I think that's wonderful. Yeah, yeah, I think that's great. And today was really cool. It was a neat, stuff and conversations and everything.
Right.
But yay. But yeah, I think it's wonderful, But it's interesting. I mean, I think yeah, it's good. I mean, I mean, when you think of a body of work you're doing, like just look at it, just that you're doing the skate body work, that's really beautiful.
Hey,
The other
Thank you.
stuff, we don't have it. You're welcome. We don't really, there's a lot of things that we just know, but you're putting out the work and you don't know, and nobody does, like how someone could come across one of these books like 20, 30 years, or some of these
Right.
books.
Yeah.
They, there's like the thing, there's the timelessness of stuff. There's no way of knowing. And that's good to keep in mind because the other stuff's freer. It's more, I think, keeps it going to at a certain level, just to know that you're reaching people and you will be long into the future and stuff.
Oh, oh,
that's nice. Yeah.
oh, that's so important to me. What you just said is so meaningful to me. I love that. It's
That's nice, Ellen.
so beautiful because like just coming in like okay, so things like as I mentioned, being being not only translated into Greek but being recited in Greek
Mhm.
on by a classical Greek scholar on YouTube for me. That I mean that happened. And I had
That's great.
and this is just kind of it makes me speechless because what is that? I don't even understand it. It's like this
Mm.
guy, he's a classical Greek scholar. You know, he's one of the most prominent like intellectuals in Greece. He's literally the vice president of Penn, Greece.
Okay.
Okay, Dimitri Phililis, right? He
I'll
wrote
see you later. I just wish I
great,
could stay longer. I got to run.
wheezy hugs.
I'll see
Oh
you both
yeah, nice
later.
to meet you very much. So that was cool.
Great having you. You're always welcome back on the show, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you, Ellen. Bye, Alex.
Bye bye.
Have a nice night.
Have a nice night.
This
Okay,
is
so maybe we'll just wrap it up. And boy, it's been a great experience. It's always great.
the best way. It's like, I mean, I understand like the practical. I mean, I'm terrible at practical. I haven't figured that out. But know that you're inspiring people and on into the future. And that is an important part to concentrate on a lot too, because it's like when you think about, I mean, how many books and on how many eclectic subjects. So it's really cool. It's
Yeah,
great,
it's really kind of hard for me to say this, but like but it's sort of like one thing that's been almost unbelievable to me is like I look up to you so much, and you're a superstar, but it's like it's been unbelievable to me, and realizing that you feel the same way about me. It's like it's unbelievable, but it's true, right? It's so beautiful. I don't know because like I mean it's perfect. It's perfect. It's like you know, like in, friendships, great literary and artistic friendships over the ages, and
no?
we're one of those friendships, that is kind of deep resonance in cultural history. And
Yeah.
because of who we are and what we kind of represent. I mean, not just in our limited fashion. I mean, we never know really who we are, like how people think of us, but you know, it's sort of like, okay, so when I read what Roland says about you, and I think, well, this is exactly how I feel, but then again, everybody who encounters you has the exact same experience. And so there's something that's transcendental to just my experience of you or this time that we're living in is that we have the opportunity to be a channel for certain um, beautiful emotions to find a form that's
Mhm.
manifest in concrete reality and produces things like this and and that is actually and our lovely friends like Catfish McDarris, right? Creating
Mhm.
things that have enormous resonance that perpetuate the memory of Charles Bukowski and Jack Mitchell and Neely Cherkovsky, right? And the fact that when I was going to school at Long Beach, I felt terrible. I was in a terrible relationship. I was really to somebody who didn't understand me and at all, and it put me down a lot. And I felt really kind of not. I didn't take myself seriously. But what I clung to as my sort of my lifeline, this book, okay, Whitman's Wild Children,
Oh, wow.
right?
Yeah. Mhm.
It's Neely
Mhm.
Cherry, right?
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is supposed to be a great, great, great book. And so many people,
Oh,
that's great.
it's
Wow.
so good. And I encountered it at the library at Cal State Long Beach.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Wow. That's
so it was one of these books that, you find a book and the book like it talks to you and it kiss all the spines, right? I mean, I've done that, man. I was kissing Hegel's spine just the other day. I was having Ellen maybe kiss the spines moment. And I'm shameless, right? Shameless, you know.
Wow,
Books,
that's so
but
cool.
books can't give you an orgasm. You just, how's that line go?
You aren't sing right then,
You're
or something?
pressing right. Yeah, for sure, man. And so
That's, well, that's amazing. You've come across so many interesting books and so many interesting people and stuff. That's so cool.
well, it's sort of like this this the torch, the torch, I mean, or the gift or whatever, like, or a seed, I don't know, there's all kinds of figures of speech, like that's been going on since the very first person who thought, hey, I had this great thing. Usually it's to impress somebody that you're in love with, right? You want to come up with a perfect accolade or something that would be memorable. And so it's like, I have a crush on this really cute girl in the next cave, but I don't know how to say it. So you get some burnt charcoal, right? And you scroll a rudimentary elk on their cave wall, and she goes, "Oh my gosh, that's that's so amazing!" And you're like, "Yeah, man, I'm Erg." you know and then years later, after these people have died, then some archaeologists find their tomb scrawling and they translate that, and then he thinks, hey, Erg wrote a really great love poem to Erg, and he writes that down in a sort of he does his own version, and then you know and then that gets into circulation, and then from there, I think it's just how these things work. Like it's a kind of it's an intangible gift that's at the same time very tangible. Like, I was inspired by your work and Neely Cherkovsky's work. Neely Cherkovsky introduced me to the work of these people like John Wieners, Philip Lamantia, Bob Kaufman, William Everson. Um, Obviously, I was a huge fan of Lawrence Ferlinghetti and Bukowski and McClure, right? But then, then it would reignited my flame, and so when I make my pilgrimage to City Lights, I got, you know, these books. I got Bob Kaufman. And because of you, I took another chance on Frank O'Hara, and I got the lunch poems, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, it's a beautiful thing. I'm thinking, I'm having, I'm understanding what Ellen was talking about. And so I got my, and I love collecting, like, collect them all and trade with your friends the City Lights pocket paperbacks, right? They're so beautifully done. And so I just like, and then even though I'm not social at all, I don't have any friends. I certainly haven't had friends in real life since the since since I, had to move back to to Sacramento. But even then, most of the time, even if I was out and having a social time, I would be thinking, you know, I would be thinking, yeah, I'd really like to curl up with that Rambo right now. I really like to get together with Celine or Nietzsche or Rilke. You know what I mean? I know you know what I mean. Like, it's so much more. It's the book is never going to be cruel to you. It's never going to, like, make fun of your looks or how you talk or whether, you how, or I mean, people have been cruel to me my whole life, and it's like, well, that's okay because, you know, I got my Rambo here. So you take that. I used to go to my high school library, and I would just have my copy of illuminations, right? Sit there and open it up, and I was like, take me away. Just completely poof, magic. So I started writing these very imitative poetry, sort of trying to emulate Rimbaud and Ginsberg and reading them and reading, Shelley and Chaucer and Whitman and Shakespeare and all and everybody. And then gradually I start to find a comfort level, like you start to introduce some Alex as Johnsonisms that are kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of as a result of my conversations with these great poets. They're sort of my little or sort of my translation of if Rimbaud were around today, what would it's like, the Ginsberg's poem about meeting Walt Whitman in a supermarket in California, right? Where he sees Walt Whitman is checking out the grocery boys. He's checking out the whatever what I'm talking about. That I don't have it with in front of me. It's from
Well, it's neat. All the inspirations, like, and you have, and the people leave. It leads. It's so many paths happen, like, because you're interested in some of the other art forms, and that's important. That's so cool. You know how that. Yeah, that totally. It does that one in this whole way of it. It's nice to have those resonances with people, and
yeah.
it's
It,
inspiring. Yeah,
it,
I
it
think
is.
it's
It is.
good. It's great. And this was nice. Today was really, it had all these different interesting things. It was, because it had like almost different parts. It was like the neat how it just flowed, and it was cool and very, very nice, I think.
Exactly it. And I always worry. It's like, is Ellen getting something out of this? But I don't ever have to really worry about that. But I always worry about things like that. And so obviously you are, and you always kind of give me ideas. So for example, I just thought when you said it all had this different parts, and you were talking about we're talking about these different forms, art forms, and I was thinking, well, it's got different parts like a composition,
Yeah.
and this is an art form. I mean, Small Bear Show is kind of an art form, just like Marcel Duchamp said that chess was an art form. And
Yeah.
anything can be an art form if you, I mean, that's what kind of Marcel Duchamp sort of introduced that concept,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's so great. So now I'm thinking, okay, and then this will probably lead to my writing, 5-part composition with Ellen Maybe, where I do like a sort of a dialectical movement of ideas in 5 parts, and it's like, composition in 5 parts for, like whatever, score for collective paw. Maybe I could write an opera,
Well,
right?
well, it's neat how like it's cool. Your poems are just so great. It's so cool how when you do that. You know what I mean? It's like that's really cool.
I mean, to have Ellen Maybe say, your poems are so great. It's just cool how you do that. You know what I mean? It's like to have to have you say that, and for me to think, do I know what you mean? Well, kinda, but it's the ultimate validation for me. It's just like kind of. It just it makes me feel like $1 million, and
Oh,
it also makes me want to get all excited about, boy, if you thought that one was cool, wait till you see what I do next. Because, a lot of it is sort of being an only child. And were you an only child, or did you have
no,
brothers and
no, I
sisters?
have a younger sister,
Okay.
2 years younger. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was an only child, and so I spent a lot of time kind of entertaining myself and writing stories, doing artwork. Everything I do now, I've been doing my entire life, and telling myself stories and have populating my life with these different characters. And but I still do that. And having my dad, you know, would tell me stories, and we would kind of my first collaborations with my dad, because he would come up with something and I would continue the story, pick it up, and then he would pick it up, and so on and so forth.
Oh, nice. Wow. That's so
Right?
cool.
It is really beautiful and kind of unique. And
Hmm.
so then what um all I really need is an excuse, because I mean I'm still sort of like I'm finally getting over this yawning void of self-loathing. It's like, wow, I feel like Sally Field, you like me, you really like me. I mean, everybody who's been, you know, has been amazing. I mean, you've all been really, really wonderful to me, and I can't tell you how meaningful it is, because your endorsement is makes the difference between, really, I mean, in those crucial hours, when I have these kind of Tennessee Williams moments, shall we say, and I think, well, so, you know, maybe I don't blow out my candles now. Maybe, maybe because I have to write a poem now. And I feel like, Scheherazade, really. I'm Scheherazade and whoever the king. I'm both. I'm sort of Scheherazade, like writing one more poem as a stay of execution. Oh God, that's dark. But it's true. It's Scheherazade, and then so it's Scheherazade in reverse.
Mm,
It's
wow.
it's like if the whoever the king or whoever was going to execute Scheherazade, and instead of that, it would be like, oh, what was Scheherazade? Do you remember what Scheherazade? She told the 1001 Nights, right? She told the 1001 Nights. Oh wow, that's really culturally resonant. Maybe I could do something about that. Maybe I could be like, I could write a Oh my God, you and PJ. He did the 1001 poems, right? The 1001 thing, right? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That's so heavy. Oh
He's
wow.
so good. He's isn't he great? He's a great
He's
artist, I
awesome. Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really loved what you did with uh the word troubadours, because it was like I was very familiar with those classic Ellen Mabie poems, but then putting them in conversation with his poems, it kind of brought out new flavors and new textures. And it's sort of
Oh.
like putting a great piece of art, like for example, girl sitting on a rock, in front, next to, I don't know, Marcel Duchamp's She Has a Hot Ass, with the Mona Lisa with the mustache, right? And putting those two things in conversation. Go, girl. Yeah, I mean, I memorized your stuff, and that is truly that's a that's a ultimate compliment, because people I memorize are like Rimbaud and Shakespeare and Bukowski. I say, wow, girl sitting on a rock. Go, girl.
great. Oh gosh. Well, sometime I hope that, that maybe sometime PJ can come on the show too,
Yeah, yeah.
then we can maybe,
I would love to have PJ on the show, and maybe we could, like, you two could read from your word troubadours, and you know what would be wild, um, if if we could figure out a way to have some music, because with Zoom or whatever, you can have music or something. I don't know
oh
how
yeah.
that would work.
I don't know exactly. It can be tricky sometimes how to figure it out. But maybe I'm hoping, like, I don't know for sure, but like Daniel's supposed to be, he asked to, he wanted to publish that and is a book. And I hope, I don't know when it's going to come out for sure, but maybe we could all come on or something. Daniel would be interesting to talk to because he has an interesting background too, and his interest in the other in the artists and poets. He'd be interesting to talk to, because
I would
he,
love to have him on. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, I mean, I don't know yet when it will happen because in fact, I don't know when anything's going to happen,
I know.
but it sounds fun, yeah, I feel like it's a really interesting community of people doing some neat stuff, for sure.
Yeah.
But
That's
yeah, no.
kind of an irony to hear because that woman from KPFK, first of all, she didn't want to have she rescinded the offer to have me on poetry, whatever, the Poets Cafe or whatever, because of the swears. That was one thing. It's like, oh, because I was my Facebook posts were too dark and I swore. I used language, right? And so she was kind of all suddenly got afraid of me that I might spontaneously like say, oh, whatever, I don't know. But see, it's so ironic in a way because of that experience, and then your suggestion was, why don't you do a podcast, Alex? And I was like, oh yes. Well, the most obvious thing was right in front of my eyes. It's like, okay, so KPFK isn't going to sponsor you, but so what? Just like I was canceled by a lot of other jerk, writers and presses and publishers, whatever. And so now that I publish myself, I'm uncancelable. And so then I can have a party with all my favorite people, and they're not invited. And then we're the cool kids. We're the kids who are having the swim party with all the, whatever, with the catering and the you know what I mean? And it's fun and interesting and reliably entertaining and thoughtful and progressive and all good causes. And so I think everything you've suggested to me has really been along the lines of do it yourself.
Yeah, well, I know that when I've heard people speak in lectures, sometimes actors speak, and sometimes if they're kind of waiting to get a part, maybe, and then they'll say, well, maybe do a one person show or do something else. Don't Then you're not like incumbent on waiting. You can
Yeah,
practically do something, and now it's a lot easier. I mean, I was just thinking and saying is how different we are. So lucky to have Zoom now. I mean, that's amazing.
it is
And
really
just the ability to do that. I mean, I could go to my classes. We were able to see the Sondheim lecture.
right.
You're able to do, there's so many things
Exactly.
that one couldn't do without Zoom. It would be a totally different thing. So, I mean, I'm grateful that
Oh,
it's
me
like
too. Me too.
there. And then, and
It's
to have this, look at how people can just call in like this and do this. It's
uh,
wonderful. So I mean, I think and and I think a lot of people more if they have that ability, like you're figured out and stuff, how to do the publishing stuff and how to curate that or different things there. I think that people can do that. It's neat because it's putting, they can take their ideas and really put it out there. And,
yeah.
I think a lot of people are doing that. And with music too, there's a lot more access that way to be able to put out art that way, and stuff. But I think it'd be a lot of interesting times ahead. It's very
Yeah,
tense times and stuff. But
it's
yeah,
10 times for sure. So so
definitely.
yeah, so I'm thinking, well, I mean, you're going to see whatever comes out of this. I've actually been working on the forward to the Bowie book, like
Oh.
so you know what it is. It's like having the perfect reader, and Aaliyah is the perfect reader, and you're the perfect reader. So it's good to have more than one perfect reader, because she's has to work and she has to do her thing, and so it's this really having you don't need a whole lot of people. You just need one or two people who really can appreciate what you're trying to do. And
Yes.
so I think, oh my gosh, so if nothing else, Ellen maybe will read it. That's important to me. And so I've been working on this in my head, this a forward, a kind of a experimental forward to the Bowie book, which would be using kind of some of his techniques, like using some of the cut up techniques, and also making it not just an essay, not just a forward, not just an introduction, but kind of like a new form, like a hybrid form. Maybe some poetry, maybe a short story, maybe a combination, maybe a fantasy, right? And then using all these different kind of just the same way that he would play around with
Mhm.
different forms and mime and puppetry and balloons and so many things that he got from Dada and surrealism, but he also that he kind of was always trying to do new things. And so it's if I only have one person to bounce these ideas off, that's the difference between this poetry coming into existence and it's not ever being written. And just think of all of the poems that never got written. You know, people get on their high horse about abortion or the unborn children. When I think, what about poetry? Or what it's like I think about like the man from the Kubla Khan fragment, right? Like, what if we had all of Kubla Khan? You know, well, one day somebody is going to write that. I mean, just the same way that I seem to have inadvertently written, something that that Homer didn't write. So, it was and talking about the conversation over the ages, right? So this transmission because I'm friends with Cassandra, and then and she wrote a dedicated. She actually dedicated. Do you know Diamanda Gallas, the singer?
Oh, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She's quite remarkable. I mean, she has a 4 octave voice, and she did things like Plague Mass, and she does these very challenging, very difficult kind of music, but it's great. It's just sometimes it's horrific and very. She did a spoken word rendition of this. I think I read the Litanies of Satan by Baudelaire, which I read on the broadcast, you know, recently, and which has kind of inspired me to actually her work inspired me to want to do Baudelaire translations because I thought, well, her visceral readings of Baudelaire, which she took Litanies of Satan and she recited it at like using all these different microphones to create sort of like echoes upon echoes upon echoes upon echoes. And then she took the echoes and then she sort of made a loop of them and this kind of this it's not just a beat, it was sort of like this womp, chunk, 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 like that, you know, and the way she read. And then I'm sure that Diamanda plays a huge role in, like, here's the deal. Okay, so I have a lot of musician friends, right? Like, who are in my books, like Jarbo and her early work with Swans. It was very, very, very influential. And they're kind of very harrowing, difficult, soul-shattering rhythms, chunk, 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 like that. Her voice is just it's like a scrape paint off the wall. It shrieks, it's fierce. She's also very soulful. She can also sing very beautifully. And she does a version of Joy Division's Love Will Tear Us Apart, which will break your heart, you know, and so she can do all these things. And and she, I did an interview with her, extensive interview with her for Metal Maniacs magazine back in 2009. And also I reviewed her album called J2 with for Maniacs, and that got on the details list of the Amazon, listing of the album itself, right? It says whatever, a perfect marriage of extremes, Alex S. Johnson, Metal Maniacs. And I thought, well, I finally arrived because somebody is using my blurb to promote their work, right? And I was like, I made it, you know. I always wanted to be the guy that they blurb because that means you made it, right? That you're a significant person, right? Just like Ellen maybe says, the Flowers of Doom is a map into the human soul. It's like, oh my gosh, man. So why is that significant or important that I put in the back of my book? Because people know who Ellen Maybe is, right? They know who John Shirley is. And that means something to people beyond us personally, right? It's not just like having your friends, your mom say, "Oh, your stuff is great," right? It's like having cultural validation that's objective. And so having that support is just, it's the difference between writing this and the Tennessee Williams moment. And by the way, I love Tennessee Williams. Like, from what I gather, he was his heroines, however you pronounce it, is he was those, like Blanche Dubois. He was um Blue Roses, whatever, from whatever.
Oh, Laura.
Laura, yeah, Laura from A Glass Menagerie, and it's exquisite, right? It's exquisitely, it's poignant, but it's like you can see, it's just like your narrative poems where you have that dialogue where you can simultaneously recognize kind of the foibles of both the hipster who's you're talking with in Ball and Chain Record Store, and you, the kind of hippie who has demanding rights, workers' rights, and you're gonna whatever you see you have your persona says all these kind of like you know hippie cliches, right? But I know that you also mean them, so it's kind of, I love that about your work, is that you're kind of making poking fun at yourself, but it's also on another level that's really genuinely who you are. And it's sort of like we really like pig, 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 right? Right? And I feel the same way. I mean, like, my wife used to make fun of me because I listened to Rage Against the Machine. And it's like, what am I, some kind of angry Chicano? No, I'm a white man from the suburbs. But it still spoke to me just as much because you don't have to be a Chicano to appreciate what Rage is saying, right? It's universal. It's just it's anger at a system that is unjust and racist. And so one thing that we get to do is it's more it's more powerful than any drug or any sex or anything or driving a Maserati or anything. It's we get to affect people's lives not just now, but 100 years from now. When people were watching this going, huh, they Ellen and Alex were talking about us, high future people. Right? You know, they were like, hey, wow, man. In fact, I might even write a poem called High Future People to all the future people in my life.
That's
Right?
great.
Like,
Yeah.
like in on your the plastics, the Great Pacific
Oh,
article,
yeah, the TEDx.
the TEDx thing, where you were on. Hey, really. So, what did you and Jackson Brown talk about?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I mean, wow. What did we? Probably, you know, I don't remember exactly. I mean, he was very nice and just, probably just, I mean, he's always been really nice. As I'm trying to think. I mean, I think he was gonna, um, I think there were two parts. Like, I think there was a part of reading, and I think he was gonna jam with the band. So there was two different aspects to it, I think, the
Oh, wow.
jamming and then the reading and stuff. So probably, but I mean, just that, yeah. And then I think, yeah, I'm thinking if I think I'm trying to make sure I have, yeah, unless I mean, there was one thing, and I might be getting this mixed up because there might have been nothing where, like, he helped because the microphone was kind of like he helped to get, and he's always been very supportive and stuff, and very, very kind and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been. So he used to come to Poetry Rodeo when we did stuff at Beyond Baroque, and we
Yeah,
did it about monthly. And now, now this is a long time ago, but now they stream stuff. That would have been cool. Just that I love that they're streaming stuff because they do a lot of great stuff, and
yeah,
it's nowhere near close. And I'm not really going places, so it's like great to be
yeah,
able to watch and see people. I mean,
uh,
it's so, yeah, but
yeah.
it's, yeah,
Yeah, that was one thing where I really that was kind of now these days I don't really regret anything. I kind of like I see that there's a bigger pattern going on where I'll be disappointed, but say somebody may let me down, for example, and then I think, well, that was a shitty moment, and then I know now that usually it's sort of like something awesome is just around the corner, and
yeah,
and God or the higher power or whatever is saying, that isn't in the cards right now. You know what is in the cards? Probably something you wouldn't so awesome you wouldn't even imagine it.
yeah, like
You know,
Sondheim.
Sondheim is on the cards,
Yeah,
right?
I'm so excited about that. I
Sondheim is
just
on the
like,
cards.
yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's so cool that, I mean, yeah, or something that, you know, like it's really interesting because it is pretty wild because a lot of times when you like almost like they may be super well known, but if like I'm not so familiar, like even like I said, when I looked up, they're major bands, but I don't know them because I don't know
Right.
a lot of the stuff. So I'll look them up and listen to something. But it's interesting. And so Sondheim, I think there'll be people that aren't so familiar with Sondheim, maybe, and some
Sure.
will, but it's interesting to see. And he's so worthy, I think. He's so,
Well,
beautiful stuff.
I
But
have a yeah, interesting about Sondheim is I have a friend named Hal Bodner, and Hal Bodner was is an entertainment attorney. He's a high-powered entertainment attorney. He's worked with all the people, and he was Truman Capote's lover, back in the day, and he's also a I believe Bram Stoker nominated horror author. I mean, he's a best-selling horror author, and he was part of the ACT UP back in the day. So he's a really big deal. He's a huge deal. And he's a beautiful guy, very, very intelligent, very abrasive, very high powered. He's like, man, like as one is, in that job. And I approached him, because we're mutual friends with Caitlin R. Kiernan as well. And I approached him about the late Nancy Kilpatrick. And I said, hey, um, Hal, would you like to participate in the Bauhaus book? And he said, no, because that's rock and roll. I don't like rock and roll. It's abrasive. It's noise. It's not Broadway,
Oh my
right?
God.
And so I said, huh, okay, so if I did a Broadway, and it did a Broadway book, so now it's like, huh, okay, Hal Bodner, just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you wait, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I've got something for you.
Yeah. 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 See if he'd want to send something about the Sondheim book and maybe future musical stuff, you
I,
know?
I, I think actually Sondheim is one of the best suggestions that anybody could have said, because now with a band like Bauhaus, albeit they have millions of fans, it is still limited because we're talking about a niche audience, right? The millions of fans are all fans of goth. They're fans of specifically this kind of music, which is gloomy and decadent and kind of um it's keyed in with a certain, I think for a lot of people it's keyed in with a kind of nostalgia for their youth,
Mm.
and a sort of achingly beautiful, impossible kind of doomed romance feeling, that you get from listening to songs like, the passion of lovers is for death, the passion of lovers is for death, right? Which is a kind of emotion that when you're 20 years old, when you were me and Poppy Z Bright, right? And we were just kids listening to those songs, the beautiful downgrade, going to hell again, right? It was so romantic, and oh my gosh, we're going to hell again, and and not, getting to date that girl or boy that you met at the your local, hipster cafe is just gonna be the worst, just forget about it, right? You're gonna skip all your classes. You're just gonna, you know, just just you know drink yourself into a stupor because you can, in retrospect it just seems like, God, you're dumb when you're a kid. You get crushes on people, and then you get your heart broken, and you think, well, that's it, I'll never love again. Right? And then you write poetry about them, and it's like, and part of some of the poems are like, just painting them like Helen of Troy, and some of them like that bitch, and really, or whatever. And then 40 years later, you're like, damn, damn, wow. And so that's the music I was listening to when everything was impossibly romantic, and I thought maybe I won't have a future. Maybe I'm doomed to die in my youth, like Keats. No such luck, right? No such luck, boyo. And so, and I just happened to encounter some people who were living the same lifestyle, involved with the same questionable choices, and these people are utter genius, like Caitlin R. Kiernan and Poppy Z. Bright. And I was just so in love with them and enamored of their work, still are, but I've moved on. I was able to have that experience and complete that experience by completely, put and able to embrace that fully and say, and have closure with the idea um, that I'm their equivalent, that I'm their peer, that all along I was their peer. It's been very hard for me to accept that, yeah, I was just as good as them. Not that we're in competition or comparing each other, but and with same level of talent and manifest talent. And so now, I wanted to be William Burroughs. I put out the ultimate William Burroughs tribute. So now I got that cleared out of my system. I don't have to do that anymore because I did it definitively, right? I'll always be a fan of Black Sabbath. I'll always be a heavy metal fan, but that too is limited, right? There are people who cannot stand metal, who I had the guy who wrote the movie. Have you ever seen the movie Gothic by Ken Russell?
Mhm.
It had the late Julian Sands in it,
Mhm.
and he played Shelley, and Gabriel Byrne played Lord Byron, and it
Oh,
took place during the that thunderstorm that produced on the Villa Diodati in Switzerland, which produced sh uh, Frankenstein.
oh, wow.
And so, um, which is kind of the birth of Gothic, and I inadvertently wanted to have like the guy who wrote Gothic, which is made by Ken Russell, on the same show as Black Sabbath. And he was horrified. And he said, I can't stand heavy metal, and he, do not include me in your small bear program ever again. And I was like, okay, so I just lost the opportunity to have the guy who wrote a screenplay for Ken Russell on the show, right? And so I was thinking, that sucks. Well, but the number of people, including metalheads, who love Stephen Sondheim is just have a much bigger audience. We can get much more people to contribute to my books. This will be much more successful than the other ones. Not that these won't be successful. I mean, just look at my baby. Just
Yeah,
look at
that's
my
a
baby
big book.
boy, right?
That's amazing. Look how big that is. Yeah, it's
Right?
amazing.
It's my
It's
it's
beautiful.
my it's my boy. It's my boy.
That's beautiful. Wow.
Just
Yeah, no, that's
born.
exciting. I think, yeah, I think I'm always trying to think of people who might want to submit, or I try to write somebody to, with the guidelines so then they'll write you. But yeah, I'm hoping that people do that over time, and then I mean, I really do hope that's such a neat thing. Yeah, but
You hug your
it's
books?
what? Oh, about the Sondheim book.
No, do you hug your books?
Oh, so yeah, yeah, you can hug them. It's
Do
exciting. You can,
you ever reach out to them and just pat them? Like
yeah,
make sure that they're there still, right? And, like
yeah, yeah. It's exciting. And
exciting. So yeah, and then they last forever. So um Sondheim lives and and it's much more I think it's much so the possibilities are really boundless because for example, I mean with Black Sabbath certainly is very versatile. Bauhaus is very versatile, but they're nevertheless the range of subject is still kind of crazy avant-garde stuff. Sondheim was both a popular artist and an avant-garde artist, which makes him very accessible and to smart people and to just regular folks who just want to have a good time at, you know, have a good time and, watch a musical. And like you've got everything from Into the Woods and Sweeney Todd and West Side Story and Sunday in the Park with George and I'm sure I mean he wrote so many that but at the same time you've got you've got a funny thing happen on the way to the forum. And that, for some reason, kind of like juxtapose that because it's really is very lighthearted and very, very bawdy and very kind of raunchy and good times. It's a comedy. And and so and people and it's got zero Mostel, which doesn't hurt, right?
Mhm.
Right? Zero Mostel, man. So so you cannot go wrong with that. And you've got I mean, it's like so many colors, so many colors in that palette, so many textures, so many places you could go because you have the storylines, you have the characters, you have the music. They're all different. They're all on different axes, if you will. I mean, they're different dimensions. So you could write something that was about Sweeney Todd-esque, or you could write something from the perspective of those characters, or you could write a response to them, or you could write anything. You could say Stephen, you could write a love letter to Stephen Sondheim, you know? You could was it you wrote a love letter to Van Gogh's beard? That's one of your lines,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to yeah. Yeah. Something like that. I'm trying to think. Is that yeah? Yeah. Something like something
right?
like that.
So okay, so like Van Gogh. I mean, I'll say I want to talk about art a little bit because you love art and a lot of your poems about art like there's it says another dimension. um see, this is it's tough because it's difficult to formulate questions for you because the best way to get you to articulate something is to say, Ellen, maybe write a poem about this, that, and the other. It's it because I can articulate things, and then the articulation stands on its own, and then you say, "That's great, Alex," um, right? But nevertheless, the like, okay, who are your favorite artists and why? I guess.
Oh. Well, I mean, I mean, for painters, well, I love Van Gogh stuff, but I also love his letters, you know. So a
Yeah,
lot of times, if I really, the letters are about the person resonates, that goes like beyond that's their work, you know. I mean, they're painting, but the person they are too.
yeah.
That's really neat. I'm trying to think, I would really like love Chagall's work. His stuff's so
I was
beautiful.
about to say Chagall. Yeah.
I'm trying to think, else. I mean, wow, let me think about this. I mean, those are, you know, two, but there's a lot of, I mean, when I see a lot of art, when there's pages of art or something, there's a lot of great, like Matisse is great, Klimt is
Matisse.
great.
Oh my
Tons
God, Matisse. Like,
yeah.
okay, so I told you about like going to the Matisse Chapel in Aix-en-Provence, right?
Wow. No, I don't think so.
Oh wow. Okay, so there's the Matisse Chapel in Aix-en-Provence in the south of France, and I I went on the summer program with this sort of my parents sent me on this. It was a kind of a tour with this kind of uppity kind of private school kids who I didn't really think appreciate it as much as I did because they'd already been to France and they were bored, but I wasn't. And oh my God, we got to see Jean Cocteau and John Arp and the Louvre and the Centre Georges Pompidou and the Beaubourg Center. It's crazy, and so much of this art just um, is so iconic. Amelie hates that word, but it's just so much like standing in front of something, like or Guernica. And it's like Guernica, I think, is just was one of those paintings where I felt like I was inside the painting and I could actually experience it. I mean, it was weird. It was sort of like I could hear the horses and I could hear the airplanes and everything. It's so powerful. And then standing that's more like the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And then and then they had La Danse by Matisse, right? And I was with this publicist who I was kind of sort of seeing at the time, and she was the publicist for like Ronnie James Dio and Cradle of Filth and all these bands. It's actually how I first encountered Ronnie James Dio. I mean, I actually talked to him for the first time, and she was, and and I was just, I'd never been to New York, and I'd never been to MoMA, and I'd never seen these like Dali and Jasper Johns and Warhol and oh my God, Jackson Pollock, in the flesh because I'd spent hours and hours and hours. One of the things I would just love to do is really pore over art books, and I would just open up like a something about Rauschenberg or Pollock or so it was like a de Kooning and so the Franz Klein. I love the abstract expressionists right a
Mm,
lot. They're very emotionally powerful for me. Just something
mhm,
about them. As also surrealists
mhm,
and the surrealist objects and just seeing. So I looked up and I see there's La Danse. There's the La Danse. I was like, hey, Paula, check that out. And she says it looks, like a 5-year-old could paint that. And I was like, um, no, absolutely not, for so many reasons. Is this woman, her value system was if something looked like it, a lot of work had been done on it. And I was like, yeah, Paula, it's sort of like if it would it's sort of like, okay, so a ballet dancer has to be stronger than Arnold Schwarzenegger, in order to not only, you know, have muscles like that, but also but look like they're floating through the air, you know. And this, if you had a ballet dancer who's like sweating and grunting and obviously doing a lot of work, they're a failure as a ballet dancer. And the same applies to a painter. If a painter looks like they've done a lot of work on the painting, they're a failure. You know, I said, just like Marcel Duchamp spent years doing traditional stuff, doing cubism to the point where he identical with Picasso and Braque. Then he went on to do the ready-mades, and then he stopped doing art altogether, and he said chess is the new art form, right? And it just and eventually you get to the point where it's sort of like life is an art form if you curate it yourself.
mhm,
and and so I said, look, I mean, I don't like lecturing people, but I thought this is a very ignorant thing to say, No 5-year-old would ever be able to, and it's sort of like the 100th monkey 5-year-old would still not be able to paint La Danse by Matisse because having studied Matisse and done more than just take one art history class in just spending hours and hours and hours looking at the progression of his work and then in following even sort of like his line width and seeing where, oh, this is the year that he introduced this thick dark black band into his work, and it's like, oh my gosh. And then this is when he did this and that. And this is, oh, this year he did. I said, if you actually studied Matisse, he did every single kind of style, right? Did super realistic stuff. Super, I mean, like not photorealistic, but super realistic, just like classical painting. He did this, he did this, he just, and then he deliberately just threw all of those rules out the window and he started over again. And he's painting like a child. It's childlike, it's not a child's work. And so that's the difference, just like my dad studied with Joseph Albers, right, of the Bauhaus and the original Bauhaus. And he had them draw straight lines, but with intention. He said, the Joseph Albers said, I want you to think about, and I want you to think about where the line is going. You know, what is the what's the aspiration of the line? Where's the line going, right? Be able to
Mm,
direct that line exactly where you want it to land, right? And I just think of a great baseball player like, what's it, Babe Ruth, right? Babe Ruth, the nostalgia of baseball, right?
mm,
The nostalgia is one of your lines, the nostalgia of baseball. Oh my God, it's a perfect line. Babe Ruth would just point. He would say, I'm gonna hit the ball, it's gonna go there, like that. It's pointing, it's directional, it's aspirational. And so one thing I think I've managed to do is harness that spitting live cable, you know, that's going like that, and saying, I recognize its movements. Now I've I'm able to more or less say, I'm going to write this, I'm going to point that line exactly in this direction, and I'm going to hit that mark or whatever it is. The first time I took archery, when first I took archery in college, and I accidentally hit the bullseye, and I never again hit any kind of anything. It was sad. It was tragic. Just hopeless. But I took, I took archery on purpose because, and then as a math dyslexic trying to mark up my scores, the
mm,
the archery instructor thought I was retarded. I was like, I don't even know what this means. I can't do long division. I can't do basic math, you know.
yeah.
And I was like, okay, so, but I just did it because I to have that experience. And so every art form and every, I guess, any kind of science or any, athletic thing, every kind of like sport has an analogy, to music, to math, to um, because we're even doing math when we hate math. Music is math. It's pure mathematics. And
Mm,
it's the rhythm ultimately. And then the entire universe is a kind of a matrix of like Jean Baudelaire had this wonderful poem called, let's see if I can find it. Usually I have Baudelaire is not far from me. Let me, where would Baudelaire be hiding if he were uh,
mm.
that little scamp? Oh my gosh. All of a sudden, where's Charles Baudelaire when you need him? Oh yes. Okay. Aha. There we go. Oh, and then and I had all my addresses, and I owe you some copies of some contributors' copies. So don't
Oh,
let me forget about that.
oh, thank you.
Um, this is called uh Okay, so this is I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take up your time, but correspondences. It's okay, okay, so I was meant to, yay! Yeah, I was meant to share this with you. Yes, after all. Okay, so um correspondences, okay? Okay, so now you'll see what I mean. Everything has its correspondence in nature. La nature est un temple où des vivants piliers laissent parfois sortir des confuses paroles. L'homme y passe à travers des forêts, des symboles qu'il observe avec des regards familiers. Nature is a temple where the living columns sometimes breathe confusing speech. What living columns? Are they trees? Maybe, right? Maybe, but it's also a temple, right? Man walks within these groves of symbols, each of which regards him as a kindred thing. Isn't that beautiful? So
Yeah.
it's like collective paw, right? It's like, wow, the trees or whatever they are, because it's a forest of symbols. Even a tree is a symbol of something else. They're friends, they're pals, you know? Comme des longs échos qui de loin se confondent dans une ténébreuse et profonde unité, vaste comme la nuit et comme la clarté, les parfums, les couleurs et les sons se répondent. So that means as the long echoes, shadowy, profound, deep, uh, um, uh, um, heard from afar, blend in a unity vast as the night, a unity vast as the night, as sunlight's clarity. Holy guacamole. I mean, a unity as vast as sun's clarity. As clarity, vast as clarity? You think eh, hydrogen jukebox? What? Um, so in the same way, perfumes, colors, and sounds may correspond. So they may be talking to each other. They may be having a little conversation. And you get to listen in because they see you as a friend too. Il est des parfums frais comme des chairs d'enfants, doux comme les au bois vertes comme les prairies, et d'autres corrompus, riches et triomphants. Um, Odors there are, fresh as a baby's skin, right? Mellow as oboes, green as meadowgrass, others corrupted, rich, and triumphant and full. Ayant l'expansion des choses infinies, comme l'ombre, le musc, les benjoin et l'encens, qui chantent les transports de l'esprit et des sens, having dimensions infinitely vast. Frankincense, musk, ambergris, Benjamin, singing the senses' rapture and the souls. So the soul and the senses are joined by the music of the odors, which are also um, colors, right? So colors and sounds and smells are all correspond. They are um, uh, and they are also symbols, right? So they're both the thing that they are, and they're a symbol of something else. And but it doesn't matter because they're all your friends, and they're when you listen to them, they're all they're all hanging out together. If that makes any sense. I mean, I think it's just kind of ecstatic, really.
Cool. Very cool.
Right?
Yeah. Well, so no, I think I better I grab something to eat.
Yeah,
But this is so fun,
yeah,
Louise, this was nice. I look forward to seeing this. This was really so fun. It's
yeah.
not.
So yeah, you should eat something. Yeah, so I love you so much. And we're really I really enjoy these kind of whatever these exchanges, conversations, and I think that they'll be valuable and fun for other people to watch. So you take care, and we'll see you soon. Okay.
Fun. It was a nice night. Take
Okay.
good care. And
You
say hi
too.
to your parents.
I
Say hi
sure
to your
will. I sure
parents.
will. Okay. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.